respect the past and present connection of Indigenous peoples with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of Session 22, 2023 as circulated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Kate, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any changes, additions, comments? Any opposed? The motion is carried. I have a motion that Council approves the minutes of Session 20-2023 and 21-2023 as circulated. Mover, Councillor Davie, seconded by Councillor Magdalo. Any discussion? Any opposed? And that motion is likewise carried. I have a proclamation in honor of International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Whereas violence continues to be the greatest gender inequality rights for women, girls, and gender diverse individuals, and whereas November is Women Abuse Prevention Month, and whereas November 25th is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and whereas femicide rates are on the rise in Ontario with over 46 femicides in Ontario since November 26, 2022, and whereas our community is committed to ending femicide in all its forms of gender-based violence, and whereas Black, Indigenous, South Asian, and Southeast Asian women and girls continue to experience the highest rates of violence, including femicide, and where overrepresented within the Ontario Association of Interval and Transition Houses 2021-2022 annual femicide list, and whereas last year in Ontario, on average every 7 days, a woman or child lost their lives to femicide, and whereas this month and throughout the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we acknowledge our community's support for the Wrapped in Courage campaign and commitment to ending gender-based violence, and whereas there is an urgent need for greater investment and action to end gender-based violence in our community and throughout Ontario. Therefore, on behalf of Council, I do hereby proclaim November 25th, 2023 shall be known as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women in the town of Mono, and urge all citizens to recognize this day by taking action to support survivors of gender-based violence and becoming part of Ontario-wide efforts to end gender-based violence. And that's dated today's date, November 14th, 2023. Thank you. Public question period. Now, I understand, Mr. Simpson, that we received a large number of questions, I think something like 17, at the last minute prior to the last council meeting's question period, so we weren't able to deal with them at that time. And I think we asked you if you could try and summarize them. I know we've got some people in the gallery who may also want to elaborate, but are you in a position to summarize the questions?
Yeah, Your Worship, the questions basically grouped into the following 5 categories. The first is seeking verification on the report of a errant round that was fired and crossed onto someone's personal property in their deck. The second one is awareness of the potential impact that any new legislation or bylaw could have on the Dufferin North Peel Anglers and Hunters Association. There's also protection of livestock and any impact that a bylaw could have on that. And finally, a recognition of the amount of conservation work that is funded through hunting licenses and tags.
Would any members of council like to address any of the individual questions? I think, elaborate on a few of them. To the issue of protection of livestock, Mono does have a bylaw currently regarding discharge of firearms after hours at night, the sole exception being to protect livestock. So we have already acknowledged that that is important in an agricultural and rural community. To the issue of our ability to regulate hunting, my understanding, to be corrected by the clerk, is that it is outside our jurisdiction to regulate hunting. However, it is within our jurisdiction to address the issue of discharge of firearms. I can't address the question of the, I think the first question had to do with something on a deck. And,
I can address that.
Okay.
I got to address that, Your Honor, because when I was knocking on people's doors along the Mona Edgewood town line, there was one area where there was a number of people who complained about this, I did not talk to the person. I knew where the shots apparently were fired, and nobody was in at that time. What I was told was that they had reported this to the OPP. The OPP had arrived, and nothing much appears to have been done, and the shots were actually being fired from this person's deck at a particular targets that were in the backyard. And the people were not concerned about their safety that I spoke to. They were concerned about the noise.
Any further elaboration from members of council? So there was a notice of motion presented to council, and we decided to commission a report from our clerk on it, and specifically where our powers begin and end. And obviously, we would not do anything without a fulsome public debate and input from the public. This issue has come up from time to time. I remember in the late 1990s, there was a lively debate over the Dufferin County mono track and whether there should be hunting in there or not. And it was decided that there should not, because it was having a contiguous boundary with the provincial park, and people didn't know where the park boundary was relative to the county forest boundary. So in an abundance of caution, hunting was taken away from that particular track. But I'm happy to call on any member of the audience who has any questions or would like to make an elaboration of something that has already been submitted. Just if you can come forward and state your name.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Dennis Levesque. I am the secretary and one of the directing officers of the Dufferin Northern Peel Anglers and Hunters Association. When information came out regarding the proposed bylaw and the motion that was brought up, I received a lot of questions from our membership. So I have a lot of questions which were submitted online, some of which you've addressed today. Thank you. I'm going to quickly go over some of the things that they did ask, though, that I don't know that were really addressed by the comments that you guys have made at this point. Bear with me. Okay. Is the council aware that the Ministry of Natural Resources has hired 50 new conservation officers this year within Ontario, and one of which is dedicated directly to the Dufferin area, as opposed to previously there was one person from the Simcoe area, which was covering both areas. We now have our own conservation officer here, which is a valuable asset and resource to the municipality and its residents as well, for enforcement of hunting regulations, existing hunting regulations, and of course criminal firearms laws as well. So
Thank you, and I have his business card here, which was given to me this
Jasper.
morning, so that's very helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. That's really good information, and I think that should definitely be made as public as possible as well, too, for the residents. That information is a very good thing, and I think the landing page that was proposed in the original motion is a great idea. There's an abundance of information out there, and if you can summarize it in a way that's effective for your residents, that would definitely be a positive thing for visitors and, of course, existing members of the community. There was a number of questions regarding the reported bullet being found, and you mentioned, Councillor, that you had spoken to a resident where this had been reported to the OPP. Is there a report that can be provided or requested from Town Council to the OPP regarding the number of instances where this has happened and what the results of those investigations were?
I might be able to assist. We have a police services board meeting tomorrow afternoon, and that's a question I'm happy to ask at that meeting. Try and get some handle on it.
Great. Thank you.
My name's Dale Crucial. I'm also a member of the Deferred Northern Peel Anglers and Hunters Association, and privileged to be able to address the council and your Mayor, Bishop. Just comment to Dennis, and we had done some research given the introduction to the motion because of concerning to us about whether or not this actually happened. And so the MNR in a number of jurisdictions was requested to look into circumstances or reports of such an incident taking place. And just a comment in that there was nothing available through any of the jurisdictions that were questioned regarding any kind of action like that. And when you indicated that it was an individual practicing off of his deck, kind of made sense, because no file was started or held or reported. So it was just a comment that, you know, we've done some research in the background to try and find out if that indeed affected our area and our activities. So just a comment for you, Council.
I can just add that this is a recurring event at this location. But I have not had direct experience with it myself.
Okay, that answers that question insofar as, pardon me, it doesn't necessarily relate to the entire hunting community. So we just wanted to kind of air that. Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it was around campaign time because it was at one of our public meetings and questions, where it wasn't that there were people practicing, because I'm not understanding who made the complaint in the scenario that you just told us about during your campaigning. There were two people, I thought, who had come forward to say that they didn't feel safe when they were outdoors, and that they had found casings, and so then well, if the casing only comes from where the gun is, so that if you're there, so the point was more, I thought, that, you know, because we all don't have fences, and because the big book says that this area is okay for hunting at a certain time of the year and certain specific weeks and so on, and that if you come upon a place where you would like to hunt, you're supposed to knock on a door. But I think the idea was that people were perhaps trespassing who were hunting on the property that was brought up at that meeting, and that made the fact that people have the ability to do that in a published document, albeit they forgot to knock, but if I wasn't home, If I wasn't home and they just went, what the heck? Or I think there was a question that, yeah, so they just went ahead, and the idea would be that they went ahead, so that then I come home later and I find that, oh, this activity has been happening on my property. How do I stop that? I think that was the gist that I got out of the concerns.
If I might perhaps add to that, a recent case was documented where trespassing was the transgression that was followed up on, and it's a hefty fine. It's already in place, and the MNR is happy to go ahead and pursue that if they're given the opportunity and the legal and sufficient documentation. It's not on my own property. My adjacent property to mine is my neighbor, who is also a hunter, and they are pursuing an activity like that right now. And so it is an active thing that they pursue. So it's already available to them.
So, follow up, oh, sorry, follow
Yeah,
up on that
yeah.
one? So then for our residents then, the answer would be information about the enforcement officer, the MNI guy to be able to call, the contact that you have, and the cameras that everybody all has now around their property, right? Because the idea of calling the OPP, that's the problem. They call, they come, the guy's gone, how do we know, what do we, right? But if you had some sort of, okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, and thank you for coming, because I did raise this motion, and it was based on the feedback that we did get at our all candidates meetings, and public safety, and people feeling safe on their own properties. And so I'm sure that you support that. I think all responsible hunters do. I don't see that we would ever interfere with what's going on at the Dufferin Hunters and Anglers site, because that's not what this is about. But at those all candidates meeting, there was the example with the shell casings found. There was also the example of a person who said she was sitting on her deck and there were shots that came across. I don't think it's the same instance that you're referring to. I don't have that woman's name or her contact, so I didn't investigate that. I do also know of a family who are afraid to go out of their house into their own property, into their backyard, because somebody is not a friendly hunter next to them, let's say. I'm not sure, but I think having the information, as you say, thank you, because the landing page, I think, is crucial, because I went looking for information. It's very convoluted. When people are upset and something's happening, they need to go to a website that gives them the information right there, so they don't have to search for it. So I welcome this addition, and that's great. So the whole premise behind this, me bringing this notice of motion forward, is that we make sure that we are protecting everybody, and that everybody can feel safe on their property. I don't know what that bylaw will look like, but that's why we have public meetings for bylaws, to hear what people think, and also to do some research into what is happening in other areas. So I look forward to that public meeting, because I think we all want the same thing. Responsible hunting, and people who know how to, report when they think something is not right. So thank you for coming.
Just a quick question for Fred Simpson. Last year, we did have a webpage devoted to the hunting season and the indicating the various weeks and what species were involved. Do we have that up online now?
Yeah, our hunting page is a permanent page, and we do try to keep it updated with hunting dates as best as possible. As you know, those sometimes are hard to track down, but
I'm wondering if we can make it part of our scroll, because we've reduced the number of items on the scroll. You know what I mean by the scroll? So
Yes,
it's given greater
yes, I do.
prominence, at least for the duration of hunting season.
Okay.
And we, of course, will add the MNR contact to that as well. I have a feeling that MNR, I haven't heard about an MNR individual for years, frankly. It was quite common back in the 1990s, and I personally availed myself of calling when I had hunters on my property who approached, knocked on the door, asked very politely. I declined. And then they went down the driveway and in quite a foggy condition, turned around, drove right across my field and went hunting. So my recourse was to call M&R, and they came very promptly, and I thought courageously went out in the fog to try and find these people. And they were not local. They weren't. They were from someplace else.
One additional comment perhaps, and if this is something that does recur, contacting the M&R individual is something that, where they have the opportunity, the resource, and the time, will respond to quickly. And the more information they do have, you mentioned trail cameras, in my particular experience in the last 2 weeks, they're happy to look at that, because that is a recorded, it's time-stamped, it's date-stamped, and in some cases recognizable. And in this particular case that I'm referring to, the individual is recognized, and they have equipment, infrared. They're happy to go out and take a look and try and find the individual in conditions that we might not be able to. So it's there. It's already in place.
Yes.
Just point out that I found the hunting page on our website. It's 2022. They haven't updated it to 2023 yet. Small point.
It is, and all the information is there, but it's a big paragraph of text. When somebody's worried because something's going on, they're not looking for text. They're looking for, who do I call? You know, if you hear gunshots, call. If you see a hunter, call. Like, that's what people need to see when they go here. And then, you know, when you go to the link, go to the 2022 hunting season, like, there's a lot of information here, and it's all good. I'm not saying that, but it's just not something that's, you know, when you want to call 911, and I'm not saying call 911, but when you want emergency support or help, you can't read through a paragraph of things to find out what's going on and whether it's good. You're just scared, or you're just worried. So I think we can make improvements. So happy to have your thoughts on what that would look like.
So on our scroll bar, we currently have the budget, we have the Rogers project, and we have our normal link to meetings. I think we could probably have a fourth one to the hunting information, make it a little bit more prominent and update it. Now, I understand there was a bit of a swap last year in terms of the archery bow season with the shotgun season. There were some changes made that may not be widely known.
Yeah, as far as I recall, the change, if I'm not mistaken, was that you were allowed to use archery equipment during the shotgun season.
Right.
And so there was the opportunity for possibly more individuals at the same place. But what typically is not required for archery was the orange color on your clothing. So during this season, everybody has to be included in the orange color.
So they fixed
And
that.
that might be something that, I know we at our club indicate that during a certain period of time of the year, everybody has to be wearing an orange of some kind, including your animal, if you're walking your animal. So that's something that the public needs to be aware of during a season, that in order to help and assist safety, wearing that blaze orange is vital. We've all read of instances in the past that hasn't been the case, and it's been rather nasty. So.
Were there any other?
Yeah, it's more driving towards the point that you had mentioned, Your Worship, regarding the investigation regarding the firearms noise complaints and the concerns regarding the discharge of firearms that were reported as not allowed or unexpected. Definitely can understand that. Of course, the club and always endorses the adherence to all existing hunting regulations and firearms laws. All hunters are required to go through a hunter safety course for safety purposes, obviously, and also the firearms course as well for the safe use of firearms as well. So ethical hunters do go through the process of asking homeowners and property owners for permission, and most often they get a written permission as well too, to ensure that, hey, homeowner says, I'm okay to be here. However, that may not always be the case for other people, and definitely hope that there are also existing trespass laws and that type of thing to manage that sort of thing. However, the contacts definitely need to be made aware of for the community, for them to be able to exercise those measures of protection as well, or to follow through. Speaking of the follow through, regarding those claims that regarding the firearm discharge ban report requested in the October 19th Town of Mono Council meeting, I understand that an individual is frightened by the sound of local gunfire and his fears based on previous experience. Does the town have any investigations based on these claims?
Well, I'm sure I could get them.
That, many questions from members are definitely interested in
Yeah.
that sort of information. Also, would the town produce an investigation into the noise complaints in the air? Bowl, a little same question. Could the town provide documentation of firearms noise complaints for the past 5 years and the results of any investigations into those complaints? I'm sorry.
So, the way our bylaw process works is it's complaint-driven, but it doesn't preclude the bylaw officers investigating something they see or hear, in this instance, in plain sight. There is a degree of privacy involved in terms of who makes a complaint, and we do have a website we have a webpage on our website for people to register complaints. With noise complaints, it's always very tricky because the noise is long since come and gone by the time somebody can actually investigate, and short of somehow recording it or being prepared to be a witness in a potential trial, noise is probably the hardest thing that we have to deal with in the bylaw realm. So in aggregate, I'm not certain whether that information would be available, but in particular, it would be probably contrary to a bunch of provincial laws to reveal the identity of individuals who have complained, and it's not our practice to do so. It is our practice to follow up on those. Mike?
Your Worship, just a point of clarification. So we would not send our bylaw enforcement officers to a gun complaint. We would recommend to the resident that they call the OPP or the MNR. That's not something we would do to our bylaw enforcement officers.
That's good to know.
Thank you.
In closing, I did a bit more research since I'm new to the area. I've only lived in the area for about 10 years. And on the Wikipedia site regarding Mono specifically, there's a Wikipedia site for the town of Mono. And the first thing it says is, Mono is a rural community in both geography and character. And I hope that council does remind themselves that part of the rural community is a hunting community as well. And law-abiding hunters that are respecting all the laws and everything that's there definitely want to continue with that privilege to be able to do so in the community. However, it's something definitely from the club's aspect we definitely want to see is the continuance of the ability to hunt in the town of Mono Township. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, come on forward. Come on, yes, Bill, come on forward.
Bill Monroe, Bayberry Road. This is a pure coincidence, Your Worship. I didn't realize these gentlemen were speaking today. that I'm the closest house to the gun club. And about a year ago, there was a group of people who were bringing up the fact that we're going to expand the gun club and bring more members in. And I was kind of worried about this myself, so I phoned the gun club. I was invited over there, and it took me all through their processes, showed me where they shoot from, etc., the red lights. I don't know anything about guns. I've never used one in my life, so that's not the fact. But their whole setup is perfect as far as I can see. Everything's covered safety-wise. Noise-wise, as I say, I'm the closest house to it, and it really is, I hear it, but it's not terrible, and it doesn't last for hours or anything like that. And I've been in the house for 35 years. I've known all the neighbours in that street, and not one has left because of the gun club. I can only speak for my side of it. The north, south, and west, they may have other complaints, but I just like pointing that out, sir.
Thank you, that's very much appreciated. Elaine?
I guess I just want to reiterate, this is not about the gun club. This is not about changing what happens there. It's a responsible, obviously well set up, community asset, and this is not about that. So I just want you to maybe take that back to your members.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning again, Dennis Levesque. I just want to make sure that the council knows that we as the Dufferin Northern Peel Anglers and Hunters don't associate or identify as a gun club. We are a conservation club. We are stewards of the land. We actually just recently, our chair of our forestry committee received the Credit Valley Conservation Award for stewardship for her forestry efforts in the area. So we're definitely a conservation-minded club, and we happen to have firearms ranges. Thank you.
That's good to know. Thank you. Now, I've had interactions with the organization vis-a-vis conservation issues myself personally, and fish and whatnot in the wake of the draining of the Menorah pond. Okay. Yes, Fred.
Your Worship, we do have one other question that was submitted online.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and the question is, are there any plans to pave blind lined? To pave blind lined.
Well, we'll have to see what the budget recommendations are, but okay, I don't know if any members of council want to weigh in on it.
Well, the blind line is not a dirt road.
It's a gravel road. Where it's
I mean,
gravel, where it's gravel.
I can say, Matt, your memory's better than mine, but, oh, Mike. We have attempted to put in the budget 2 or 3 times to do the next section from the 10th side road to 15th to 20th. No, 10th to 15th, right? And we've applied for grants. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but we've never been able to get a grant to pave that. And the importance of that blind line is that it is the bypass route if there's a detour, if, you know, there's an accident on Highway 10. It is important. We certainly have been thinking of it. We just have never found the money to do it. Did I get that right?
I have no comment with that. Matt will have a section later in the budget that discusses our future movement, and Matt will probably answer this question, not specific to blind line, but definitely talk about the future of the Town of Mono's road network.
We also have in the budget an amount set aside for a roads needs review, and that would clearly bring into focus the necessity of either paving or maintaining the roads such that the problems described are addressed. any other questions? Any questions from the gallery? Any additional questions? Anyone online? Okay. Next item on the agenda is the list of unfinished and deferred council business. Any questions, comments, Deputy Mayor?
Well, I think number 9 has been finished, hasn't it, Kim? We're just waiting for the results. Pay attention, Kim. The camera that the CVC was gonna put at the entrance to Lincoln, couldn't we take that off the list now? That's been done. We're just waiting for the analysis of the data.
Actually, having data for a while longer, I think is going to be helpful, especially to see how much use that park gets in the winter months. So
it's not finished, okay.
it's not finished yet.
Okay.
We're just eager to reduce the number of items on that list. We're just eager to reduce the number of items on that list. Okay, so it's well underway. I think that's the important thing. And maybe the wording can be changed from installation of camera and trail monitor to something like ongoing monitoring. Elaine?
I know I keep asking about this, but I see no change on this report to number 11. Like I'm waiting for the status to change to the public meeting is being scheduled for
I think
whatever date, or
has
this
been
is
changed.
coming to council, or.
Yeah. Dave?
I just,
Through your worship to Councillor Cape, I can speak to that. We have notice posted for November 28th. This is a stat public meeting for what we colloquially call the Monster Home proposed amendment to the official plan, our official plan. But I'm also adding a zoning bylaw amendment as well, in reflection. So they're both up for discussion, and you'll get a fulsome review at a public meeting, stat public meeting for the 28th.
okay, thank you. And
Yeah.
I guess my point is that we should be updating this document so that it has the most current information in it, so I just have a question about that.
Follow up to that, so the 28th is a council meeting, so this is a public meeting within the council meeting, is that what you're planning?
Correct. Correct.
We'll all
We
be there.
bypassed this meeting today for obvious budget reasons, primarily.
I didn't hear what you said.
We bypassed this meeting today, obviously, for primarily budget-related reasons.
Oh,
so-
timing, yes, things take long. Okay, great, thank you.
Mhm.
Well, and also just to, I mean, you were there, but we're making some movement on one of the items. So we had our first meeting yesterday, and we've got a time frame of a couple of weeks with the idea that we'll be bringing something to present to council that first or second, yeah, the first meeting in December 12th. So on the purchasing property. Yeah, purchasing property in Mono, don't tell us that you didn't know about our bylaws and such, is
Right.
the bottom line.
Notice to realtors is what I subtitle that. Okay. Anything else on this matter? Okay, next item on the agenda is amendments to the bylaw enforcement policy. Fred?
So council will recall that they saw a previous draft and requested several changes be made. Those changes can be summarized as a few editorial changes, changing pronouns to be gender neutral, and adding a section in the actions that a member of council can take when they receive a complaint directly to include the option of not taking formal action. So those changes are incorporated into the draft that you have in front of you.
Ralph?
Thank you for incorporating these, Fred. I'm just wondering if the 3.3 reads to you the way it reads to me. It seems to me that it says if a complainant chooses to contact a member regarding a complaint, that member shall, and it's got A, B, and C. It suggests they have to do all three of them the way it's written.
Is that not right?
The intent is that it's any one of those three, and so technically that's shown in item B with the word "or."
Okay. And maybe it could be made clearer by suggesting they do have the option to do the following or something like that.
Well, I think "or" covers it off, but there's no "or" under A. So,
But there doesn't have to be in a list, right? You
Yeah.
can do A, B, or C.
yeah.
Well, it says here you have to do A, and then you have to do B or C.
I can add the preposition into each item. I'm just following sort of the standard way legislation, provincial legislation's written. But if council would like that to say "or" after item A, you know, that's
It
a simple,
doesn't
simple
hurt to make
amendment.
things clearer.
Well, I think we can consider the motion as in substantially the same form, and then allow Fred to publish it with that very small change. So I have a motion that we receive the report of the clerk titled Amendments to the Bylaw Enforcement Policy dated November 6, 2023, and that we adopt the amended bylaw enforcement policy substantially in the form as presented. Fred? You're moving it, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. Any further discussion? Any opposition? That motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the 934322 Airport Road, Anderson Farm Heritage Designation. And to deal with this, I do have a motion, and maybe we can have a discussion around that motion. That we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to designate the Anderson Farm, that's in quotations, in the town of Mono under the Ontario Heritage Act, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk for the town of Mono, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes, seconded by Councillor Magdalow. Further discussion, Fred, if we had any indication from the current owners what their thinking is?
No, your worship, we have not.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say I was the one originally, or one of the ones who had some reservations about this, but after our thorough discussion and the Heritage Committee's presentation, I'm quite prepared to go with this. It doesn't impose any financial obligations on the landowner, so I'm quite happy with this.
Anything further before I call the vote? Any opposed? Motion is carried. Next on the item, next on the list is a motion by Councillor Davie having to do with the licensing of short-term accommodations. Councillor Davie, before I read the motion.
Well, discussion, I guess, after, but discussion after we put the motion on the floor, no?
Okay, I do it both ways, actually, occasionally.
Okay, well,
I
so
alternate.
sure. So as an introduction, we thought that this would be getting ahead of a potential problem. We've had multiple complaints. We've discussed it here at other people who have land. The land in Mono is changing hands, and there seems to be a consistent theme of people wanting to monetize the properties. And so in an effort to make sure, in conjunction with our, how to purchase land in Mono guidebook, if we had a licensing of Airbnbs and other short-term rentals in place, then it would perhaps solve a lot of problems down the road for us.
Can I ask a question? I have a relative who owns a home that they rent out on short-term leases. Do I have to declare a conflict of interest?
Well, we're simply asking staff to move forward to begin the public process of establishing a bylaw. I think
Mr.
if we were
Clerk,
considering a bylaw, you might want to consider, but you have to make that determination.
I have to make it, or I would ask the clerk?
Yeah, you personally have to decide whether you're in conflict or not.
Well, even for this discussion, I think, you want that in writing, don't you, Fred? I think to be safe, I'll declare conflict of interest.
Okay, so the conflict of interest is that you have a relative who operates a short-term rental accommodations in the town of Mono? Thank you.
So, also though, one of the main points of wanting to bring this ahead is, it's budget time. And of course, anything that the town of Mono can do to increase our revenue is an important thing. And so licenses have fees with them, so that would be, and of course, there's also, down the road, there are many municipalities that are also looking at the municipal accommodation tax. And so, not to say that that's in this at all, but there's broad reasons why Mono should have a look at licensing our businesses that are opening up. So, the motion is?
Well, I have a quick question on the motion before I read it. Reading between the lines on your final paragraph, the motion calls on staff to move forward as soon as possible to begin the public process of establishing a bylaw. I presume we'd be looking for a report from the clerk as to how we would implement such a bylaw, what the enforcement process would actually be, whether or not we do that, or whether we look at other licensing options. I mean, I think the step I'm missing here is, are we looking for a report from the clerk, or are we just looking for him to bring back a bylaw?
Well, I think that to bring back a bylaw would require investigation and a report and an internal report. And my experience here is that when we have our unfinished business list and we just ask for a report, it just adds work without actually moving the ball forward, it seems. And I think that this is something that we are surrounded by development. So even though we are rural and we will stay rural, we still are changing. And I think that all the municipalities around are also, tourist municipalities around are making big changes and implementing these, and they take a very long time. But they are using a lot of money and time and so on to find out, and so it's going to be becoming easier and easier for other municipalities to modify something that another municipality has spent the time on. So my preference would be that this motion is actually to the question of whether to the question that we would like to establish a licensing regime, not that we would like to find out whether it might be a good idea someday down the road to get going before everything happens.
I understand that, and I agree with you, except that there's various ways of licensing. We could do it ourselves. We could contract it out to another municipality that is intending to do the same thing. We could look to the county to do it county-wide, because this is an issue for places such as Mulmer. And so there are some logistics, I think, that come into play. And I'm sure there are some good off-the-shelf bylaws out there. But because we're jumping into the licensing regime, I think we need to sort of think that through, because licensing can be done for other things as well. The example that I'd give is Town of Orangeville issues business licenses. You cannot run a business in the Town of Orangeville without having a license. And Dave.
Thank you, Mayor Krimmel. Just for some further clarification on this matter. So, yeah, I mean, different uses can be licensed depending on need by a municipality. But underlying that is the need and understanding of permissibility through the zoning bylaw first. And we generally have not allowed, our bylaw we've interpreted as not allowing for short-term rentals other than what we call bed and breakfast, so owner-occupied venues of that sort. So there's another aspect to this, which is amending the zoning bylaw. And we'll get to that as part of the budget review in a broader sense, but that would be an amendment to the bylaw to look at what areas, what zones should short-term rentals of this nature be first and foremost permissible. And then, of course, you know, the corollary being, as you've mentioned, the licensing regime for that. And frankly, there probably might be a need as well for some policy in the official plan to help guide as well.
Elaine and then Linda.
Thank you for bringing that forward. So right now, it is not permissible unless it's owner occupied.
We call that a bed and breakfast. So
I know, but owner occupied is the,
we deem a bed and breakfast to be owner occupied.
okay.
Correct.
So very interesting, because right now, we have probably 8 homeowners who are not primary residents, who are violating that
So-
permissible land use. So what does that mean for us? Can we fine them? Can we,
Well, it depends
So-
whether we've been, whether we've had complaints, and we have in the
We've
past.
had complaints.
We've had in the past. Fred?
The case law through the OLT indicates and suggests that renting is a residential use, not a commercial use. So ergo, we cannot stop rental. And at this point, the case law hasn't proceeded to the point of defining the difference between long and short term. It just says renting a house is a residential use, therefore it's permitted.
That's interesting.
Thank you. So that is exactly where in other jurisdictions that it is a ginormous problem for neighbors and so on. That's exactly where the licensing thing comes into play. So it's a ginormous job. It's not like this is a light thing that I'm putting forward, but I would just like to get the ball going on it before it becomes a situation where it's been going on for so long, people have been doing it, so that if we bring something new in, well, we can't include those people, we're just going forward now, we're going to do it this way, to be fair to everyone.
Ralph and then Elaine.
So my understanding is that your concern, and mine as well, is for the problems that these short-term rentals bring up, such as noise, parking, high volumes of visitors, septic capacity, fire safety, et cetera. So this is the goal, is to handle this problem. And if this is the goal, then we have to deal fairly strongly with items C, D, and E that you suggested in your last whereas. We have to be sure that we know what conditions we want to impose. So the conditions become an important part of our thinking in planning this.
so, we did work on this together, Melinda and I, and we had a lot of examples. Basically, what we have is people buying property who do not live here, who do not live in those properties, running hotels. And that's a business. And so, yes, it's rental, but it's short-term rental, it's monetizing homes, and there needs to be regulation around it. So to your point, I don't know if we had some assistance for this, but do we need to establish a bylaw and licensing? It's not a bylaw to license, but a bylaw and licensing for this. Is that a change that would make this appropriate?
Well, I think what Dave has said is that if we're going to go down this road, we're going to have to look at both our zoning and our OP. And I think the bylaw flows from the decision to license. I stand to be corrected. Mike?
Your Worship, if I may, through to Councillor Davie, we see what you're asking for here. I don't think it's as simple as us bringing back a draft bylaw. There's financial impacts of this. There's a licensing department, which we currently do not have. There's a lot of information surrounding comments from the planning department, some case history through courts from the clerks. What I really think council really needs to see is the impact of this, and that's done through a report from the clerk that's sent through all staff. I think that would guide you appropriately in your steps moving forward, as opposed to just looking at a bylaw, because there is financial impact to this, and that needs to be outlined, I think, and clarified for council.
So how do we reword that?
So I have
it's-
a motion. Do I read it as is?
No, we need to, well, read it like you read the last one, with respect to changing, because we really only need to add a word, right? That move forward as soon as possible to begin the public process, because it's a public process. To establish to establish a licensed and legislative third party in the town of Mono. To bring a report to, right? Put a report in first.
And further, that phase one would be a report from staff
Yeah.
with respect to process moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what I can do on the fly here. Whereas short-term rentals, STR can be beneficial when operated appropriately with respect to the interests of health and safety, well-being of persons, and consumer protection, and whereas STRs can create nuisances, including noise, parking, high volume of visitors attending the property, septic capacity, and fire safety for adjacent residential property owners who wish to experience quiet enjoyment of their property, and whereas the town of Mono has and continues to receive numerous complaints from citizens of this nuisance, and whereas there are no provincial regulations in place governing third-party STR, and whereas pursuant to Section 11 of the Municipal Act, the Council is exercising its authority with respect to business licensing in the interests of health and safety, well-being of persons, consumer protection, and nuisance control, and whereas pursuant to provision of Part 4 of the Municipal Act, the Corporation of the Municipality of Mono may provide for a system of licenses with respect to businesses, and whereas subsection 151, subsection 1 of the Municipal Act provides that a municipality may provide for a system of licenses with respect to business and may, A, prohibit the carrying on or engaging in a business without a license, B, refuse to grant a license or revoke or suspend a license, C, impose conditions as requirement of obtaining, continuing to hold, or renew a license, D, impose special conditions on a business in a class that have not been imposed on all businesses in that class in order to obtain, continue to hold, or renew a license. E, impose conditions, including special conditions as a requirement of continuing to hold a license at any time during the term of the license, and F, license, regulate, or govern real and personal property used for the business and the persons carrying it on or engaged in it. Therefore, be it resolved that Mono Council calls on staff to move forward as soon as possible to begin the public process of establishing a bylaw to license and legislate all third-party short-term rentals as businesses in the town of Mono, as well as bring forward a feasibility report.
As a first step. No,
Oh,
as a
okay.
first step, with the first step.
First step being, therefore, calls on staff to bring forward a report on this issue with the aim of beginning the public process of establishing. Does that work? Okay.
See if this meets council's needs. Therefore, be it resolved that we direct staff to prepare a report outlining the process and estimated costs of implementing a short-term accommodation regime.
Changed it completely, Mr. Simpson.
It's just a recommendation.
I was trying to meld the two.
Exactly, which I think they need to be melded since we've had lots of discussions about this. I think that if you added on to the end of it as a business in the town of Mono, as our CIO suggested, and as a first step, bring forward a formal report.
guided by further suggestions.
I declare conflict of interest, so I'm not gonna give a suggestion, but
Okay.
I'm cool with what Linda said, but I would put the clause about putting back a report at the very beginning of
Yeah.
their
I was gonna say that at the beginning, but,
Okay.
Sorry, I can't remember what I said.
I would simplify it myself by just saying that we ask staff to bring a report back on on the, use the word feasibility
Feasibility
of
of
licensing short-term rentals in Mono. So that it's just about that. It's not a public process, it's not a bylaw, it's not, but it is specifically to bring back a report on implementing, a feasibility of implementing licensing for short-term rentals.
I understand, except to say that previous ones, we just spent a great deal of time here this morning on a bylaw that, or on a motion that was a little unclear to the public reading it. So that's why I wanted to include that this is going to be a public process, because equally, the people who are running these short terms are going to have a whole lot to say. Understanding that it is to bring a bylaw to have licenses for businesses, which we don't have. And so this would be the possibility of being a much broader thing to be used in Mono as time goes forward.
Could be, but I think we need to focus on the issue at hand, that we're trying to put in place something that's a preventative measure, is licensing for short-term rentals. Yeah, yeah. Right.
Well, I think anyone viewing us knows that there is a desire to move forward with something, okay? And, probably licensing in one form or another. It's a question of how we get there and how much it costs. Fred and then Ralph. Fred, did you have something?
So we could just add an additional clause to the end of the first therefore clause. And as a first step, to direct staff to bring back a report on the feasibility of implementing such bylaw.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so that is the motion as amended. Any opposition to that motion? Then the motion is carried. Oh. Councillor Davie, do you want to move? Yeah. Move, and
Davie
Councillor Capes seconds.
And Mr. Simpson, could the minutes record that the deputy mayor did not vote on that motion as he had declared a conflict of interest?
So noted, Deputy Mayor Nix.
Parenthetically, I think we're all aware that staff are sending letters to any known short-term rental property owner indicating that we're aware of the activity and that we expect all bylaws of the town to be followed, especially noise. And I haven't seen a copy of the letter, but have we actually sent those out yet?
We haven't had any complaints since summer.
Okay, but I'm just saying that I don't know that it was based on a complaint so much. It was, we were identifying properties that were functioning as short-term rentals and putting the owners on notice that we expected compliance with our bylaws.
That's correct, except at present, our sole means of identifying properties are via complaint.
Okay.
We haven't started
unless you surf the
actively.
web. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next item, and we have a break scheduled for 10:30, but I think we can probably finish this section. So this is a motion by Councillor Capes with, or Councillor, oh, where am I here? Strong, Mayor, right. It is a very long motion, and Councillor Capes and I have talked about it. It will take me until 10:30 to read it, and I asked for a special dispensation to summarize it. A lot of research has gone into it, and so I'm going to do my best to summarize it, and I'll read it. Whereas very few municipalities in North America have what we refer to as a strong mayor system, nor are they universally supported or admired. The vast majority have systems of local government quite similar to a majority model across Canada. Whereas the advantages of the current weak mayor system include having to consider the views of others, being part of a group decisions, i.e. council determining who the CAO will be, and that's an example, being able to rely on the advice of an apolitical senior administrator, being reliant upon a team of experienced senior managers, understanding that the advice given to all developers, builders, new businesses is going to be based on what is deemed to be best for the community as a whole versus one person's agenda. That would be the strong mayor if there is one. And recognizing that a council policy decision can and will trump any administrative preference or recommendation. You have the ability to read all of the background with regard to what has happened with the creation of the strong mayor option for some but not all municipalities. I think I'll just cut to the therefore be it resolved if the author of the motion. Therefore be it resolved that the town of Mono affirms that we shall not sign on to any agreements with the province for building homes in exchange for obtaining strong mayor powers under Bill 39, and further confirm that the council for the town of Mono will continue to operate under the traditional democratic model of a weak mayor system. You'd like to move that to Councillor Capes? And seconded. Councillor Manctalo seconds. Discussion.
I just can't believe that it is something that we're talking about in the country and the world that we live in. And I also am disappointed at the various mayors around who have shown their true colors when given the strong mayor powers, that working by committee is the way. 5 brains are better than 1, always, even if you've got, you know, a slow one on there. It's no,
Since the mayor is weak, it could be the mayor.
right? I mean, it's a perspective issue, right? Everybody from different angles. So I applaud this, and I would have been extremely disappointed should this have we not. It's sad that we have to, I think, bring this, but if we didn't bring it and something had happened, I would have been disappointed. So I'm all in favor.
Well, just for the record, I have no ambitions to be a strong mayor, or as I've called them, super mayors. I think the intent of it has been distorted in the extreme, where it's gone well beyond simply creating an atmosphere for more housing or expediting the creation of more housing. It's now being used in ways which I don't even think the province ever anticipated. And yet it's happening, and the strong mayors are getting away with it. I wish we didn't have to call it a weak mayor. Maybe an effective mayor might be a better way of describing it. But I'm all in support of this, and I think that, the other thing to point out is we never qualified or came close to qualifying for the strong mayor option, and I'm glad and heartened to see many mayors across Ontario take the position that even if they have the opportunity, they just don't want it. So, anything else? Any opposed?
Well,
go ahead.
I know it's lengthy, but it's background information, and to your point, yes, it was intended for a specific reason, but it can be misused. And I think it's just our way of publicly saying that we're not going to follow that. And I think that's a message for our citizens and for others. So, thank you.
I commend everyone within earshot or reading our minutes to read the entire motion, because it does reflect a lot of research and some good opinion by people who've forgotten more than we will ever know ourselves about municipal governance. Thank you. Did I call the question? Any opposed? I don't see anyone opposed. The motion is unanimously carried. Okay, last item is on this section of the agenda is the 2023 Climate Action Report Card, Town of Mona. Mike?
Thank you, Your Worship. When the town commenced with their community action plan in early 2023, and that was approved by council, council had requested that staff provide a update or a report card. I believe it was Councillor Mengtelo or Your Worship yourself wanted us to track this. So what you have in front of us is the year or the year and a half in review, where the committee stands and where we are moving forward. And I send accolades to Michelle Newsom for putting this together for us. It comes across very nice and accountable for what we're doing in the community and where we are heading on our corporate. So should council have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Ralph?
This is well written and it's well thought out, and I compliment you for it, Mike. I would like to see I'd like to see a little more detail coming to council, because we really don't know what in progress or ongoing means. It's just not enough information about the subject. In fact, it just says you're dealing with it. So I'd like to see, if you have any specific proposals, that council be apprised of them, and that we have a chance to give some input. I'd also like to comment on the first page. Almost the first page. It says one of the priority action items highlighted in the community action plan was increasing knowledge and public awareness on environmental protection and climate change. Increasing knowledge and public awareness. I see that as one of the things that we can do that would be of significance. Maybe you'd like to talk about this with respect to the budget. I think there's an item under the climate committee for, I think it's $32,000. How we go ahead with increasing public knowledge and public awareness is really, really important. I think we can have some innovative approaches to that. We're at a stage here where, the horse is out of the barn. And when you look at the targets, the target that we've set, or Ontario set for 2030, we're not going to get close to reaching it, maybe 25% of it. And so this whole thing is one of the things that we need to consider a major. And we tend to, I go on living as I normally do, and it's not in the forefront of my thinking. But I think that if we were to provide people with knowledge about some of the things which can make a significant difference, then they'd be in a better position to make some decisions about it. And the biggies, as I see it, there are three things that you can do. We can do solar panels, very small carbon footprint, and contrary to some discussions I've had, they are financially viable. Electric vehicles, what's the pros and cons of electric vehicles? We should be able to provide this information to people. Transportation is over, somewhat over 50% of our CO2 emissions for Mono. And the other one, of course, is the home heating. Home heating is about 23%, I think, of our emissions. And we should be able to let people know that things such as, I've lost the words now, the geothermal heating or air-based systems to heat the home are now quite viable, financially viable, and there's pros and cons to them, and things have changed dramatically in the last 10 years with respect to air-based. And I think that's information that we should be able to provide. I have some suggestions about how to do that, but that's my spiel.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of this, but having said that, I do find this report a little aspirational. I mean, which is fine. And I am worried in a few cases you're putting things down here. Oh, okay, let me give some examples. We have to be careful in Dufferin County about duplicating what other levels of government are doing. So on page, I think it's page 4, if I got the right section here, these are where your action is review development standards and bylaws. You have 4 items. The first one is to develop standards and draft policy updates as required through a climate lens. Well, the county has just done that. They just came out with it at our last county council meeting. I will admit in saying that, this is the beginning at the county level. They end up saying anytime they have an action or a bylaw, they're going to go through this check-marked list of questions that they have to answer. My only point in mentioning that here is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now I fully admit at the county level, I don't know quite yet how it works. They're going to do some specific examples over the next year where there'll be a plan or a policy or an action they're looking at, and then they'll fill out that checklist thing and they'll bring it back to council. I would encourage the town of Mono, don't start from scratch on something like this. Take what the county's done and see if we just can't adopt it holus bolus. The next one is use LID technology for new developments. And the thought that goes through my mind, of course that's a good suggestion. I'm not saying it shouldn't be in there, but look, given the municipal comprehensive review that basically said we have enough residential homes already in the town of Mono, I don't think we're going to hopefully get a lot of new developments. The only 2 on the horizon have our comments, Mr. Trotman, to either Roxborough or Aragon, have they included anything to the suggestion that you should have LID in your plans? Now, you might argue that the 220 condos or residential units do because of the way they've got the drainage thing in there, which is good if we approve of it. But we haven't, in hard writing, insisted to these people that they're both in Credit Valley Conservation territory. CBC is the lead conservation authority in Ontario on LID research. And I don't know what their comments were on those plans of subdivision. But surely here's an opportunity, and it may be our last opportunity if we're not going to get any more subdivisions, to tell these developers, you got to put in some LID things. Mike, things like, and I'm not saying this would work in total, but how much land does a stormwater management pond take up? Fair bit. And it's even sometimes to the developer's advantage of doing things that do the infiltration and reduce the size of that stormwater, reduce or eliminate the need for stormwater management ponds. I'm not the expert on this. I'm just saying when we put it down here, it sounds great and it's good, and it says future action. I guess I would pound my fist a little on the table and say future. What's wrong with today? Why aren't we on those 2 developments we have before us insisting on this? The same with the next one, support Dufferin County staff in the development of green building standards. Of course I can't disagree with that. And you probably already know, you want me to pause? They are developing green building standards, so support. They don't need your support, but it would be great. Work with them on this. They're developing it now, as was in our last county council meeting.
So let staff address those.
Did I go on too long? Sorry.
Well,
No,
there are just a number of things.
that's fine. In reference to Councillor Mankelow's comments, providing links to residents, we're talking about the community action plan right now. Providing links for solar panels, EV vehicles, and home heating retrofit grants that are available. Those are definitely outreach items that can be attended to. One of the biggest outreaches that we accomplished was the creation of the website. And council is well aware that we're working within the capacities that are available to us. This was an offshoot committee to begin with. That was not necessarily a separate department. So we're working within our capacities to do as best we can, which you see a lot of focusing on residential grants towards tree planting. We're trying to take the reality things that we can do. With respect to the page 4 comments, the community action plan outlined that we would work with the planning department to ensure that any official plan reviews or zoning bylaws would include climate lens amendments to them to ensure that development has as little impact to land use as possible. The Fieldstone development had LID energy saving requirements as part of its implementation. Those came highly from the CVC and were vetted through staff and also the Aragon Watermark Phase 1 has LID infiltration galleries around the entire houses. So the fast infiltration of rainwater is implemented in the watermark for groundwater recharge. And sorry, you got to the next page, but draft bylaws, we're working with the county on their bylaws. Those are a statement that I understand the council's understanding of the word "in progress" may seem vague, but these are items that we're keeping track of, and if the county has something that's been created through our meetings that we will have with the county, those will be transferred to us. So we wouldn't be duplicating. We just don't have the capacity to create these documents, and I'm pretty sure the council the county of Dufferin has a large staff in their climate change group.
Thank you. Melinda, Ralph, and then Elaine.
Ralph, or, yeah,
Oh,
Ralph,
okay.
go
Go ahead.
first. Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mr. Dunmore. I have to say that I read this as the report card that it is, and it's great. Moving forward, we've got some things that you've done and things that you're going to do, and so I read this. But perhaps, I guess, just a tip from this discussion for going forward when you bring the next report card, maybe just attach the plan to the document so that our memories get refreshed, I guess, on what's happening and how things are going, because when you ask for a succinct report card, it's usually a one-page thing. And so I think that's where a lot of this discussion has come out of, that this is just I thought it was just to show that you are moving through something that is a massive project and is going to take time, too. So I think it was a good report card.
In the spirit of Climate Lands, Councillor Davie, we'd be happy to put the council meeting as opposed to the date. Our fear is that you will print it, and now it becomes a long piece of paperwork that shouldn't have been printed. So I'd be more than happy to put the link to the council meeting that this was at.
Elaine and then Ralph.
So, yes, thank you for this, and I think it is well laid out. It's very well articulated about what our goals are, and I really do appreciate it. I think because it's a report card, sometimes I think a report card should be naming some of the things that you just spoke of, Mike, in terms of what's been accomplished. So what have we accomplished? So I was looking at this and asking myself, okay, so our goal is net zero greenhouse gases by 2050. How are we measuring this, and do we know the reduction numbers that we're having year over year so that we can track that? I guess those are the kind of things that I was looking for as a report card indicator. So I did link to the county document to see all of the detail behind the numbers, and it's boggling. I had a hard time figuring out what the language was, but the CO2E and the inventory that the county did, is that something, it's on their page 38 in that inventory that they created of the whole county, and then they broke it down by a municipality. Are we using those numbers to measure the impact of what we're doing? I'll just stop with that question.
So yes, we did utilize all the numbers from the county with respect to the creation of the community plan. As for measurements, I think the results that council was looking for will come out of the corporate. It's measurable. We can understand what we do or what we've done in the past. Providing residents with discounts on trees does not necessarily mean they got planted in mono, but we can definitely start to look at finding providing more information to our actions, as suggested by Deputy Mayor Nix and start to look at the measurable quantities that would be in line with definitely something we could look at in 2024.
So follow on, does the county intend to update that on some kind of basis? Like it was a inventory, but then are they going to measure that and will they give us that data?
As council approves the county projects, similar to council approving our projects, those will be the guidelines that take us to our measurable results as we get through those processes. So in short, I would say yes, they
Okay,
will be
and-
updating those.
And don't go away. We talked about a survey.
So the committee did release a short survey.
Is that a regular, are we gonna do that more than, is there a frequency we're gonna do that at, or?
As capacity would allow, staff would be more than happy to update the survey, but we're still trying to implement the results, which was a public awareness, education,
Right.
outreach, participation at local events, home builders show. So these are actions that residents were interested in, and the creation of the website and the knowledge depository there was definitely information that had. And as we get through the budget today, you'll see where we're heading in 2024.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say that Make Mono Shine is a brilliant idea, and more things that we can do like that are easy for people to participate in and that help our environment are great. And I did have the question about the climate lens, but obviously we're gonna use the county if we can. And I wanted to know who MCAT is.
Should have been preceded by the Mono Climate Action Team.
But who are they?
Our newest member is the clerk, Fred Simpson, because he's got so much time on his hands apparently.
Now, yes.
Which is zero. But he shows a great interest and is a user of some of the available climate items that are available to the general public. Michelle Newson in Treasury and Lisa Ashton also in Treasury. So we have 4 of us that meet every 2 to 3 months as staff availability allows us to, and we don't just meet during the 3 months, but
Okay.
we have actions inside of that, so.
Sure, and there's no community representatives at that.
It's been largely an internal function that's been provided by staff to get to, our biggest goal was getting that community action plan. Our second goal, obviously, is our corporate action plan, which will represent a large commitment from council, community on how they access services and so forth from the town, and the commitments from staff with respect to changing our way.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you to the MCAT.
Thank you.
Ralph, and then I'm going to declare the break.
Nice to talk just before the break. Mike, I didn't intend to be critical about what was being done. In fact, I'm very impressed with how much you've accomplished in a relatively short space of time, particularly getting the web page up. I want to go back to talk a little bit about one of the priority items highlighted in the Community Action Plan was increasing knowledge and public awareness, and to point out that we have a problem with getting information out to our residents. I saw this problem when we tried to do the DEI survey. We only got relatively few people who answered it. Relatively few people dig into our website and look for our climate web page. We need to use other mechanisms if we're going to be influential, and there are other mechanisms as well. And I'd encourage you to, in your committee, to consider other things, such as taking a major part of the newsletter, perhaps a whole page, or having inserts in with the tax forms, which everybody gets. We'd like to influence 9,500 residents, not the few hundred that regular users of our webpage. And that's not a criticism of our webpage, it's just the way information gathering is. So, thank you.
Thank you. And just before we break, my contribution is, I was sort of preempted here. I was going to raise it during the budget discussion, but I think we should be setting targets for reducing the amount of electricity that we consume as a corporate entity, reducing the amount of lighting by way of better technology, motion detectors instead of timers. I think there's a number of small things that we can do. They're more than symbolic, but I'm going to be raising some of those issues during the course of the budget.
Appreciated, Your Worship. Town's definitely 100% LED already. Those are things, and I
Wow.
get the where you're going with respect to timers and stuff.
I look at the number of lights here and I wonder whether they all need to be on. Just a small thing.
We can do a trial right now. We can walk over there and shut some lights off and see how we all feel.
And
So
likewise at our
yeah.
community centers,
Yeah.
likewise at the garage,
Yeah.
likewise upstairs. I
Yeah.
know we've made the big conversion over to LED, and that's a great thing, but that is not by itself sufficient in my view.
Yes, and those are fair statements for sure. We do take guidelines as we design those things, but definitely something that should be looked at. Would fall out of the corporate plan, 100%. And Councillor Mankdalo, no, I didn't take any thing with that. What I'm really trying to identify is, and you're going to hear this probably all day long today, we're trying to work within the capacities that we have and make things as reasonable as possible. And as we look through a climate change lens and we'll start to work towards our goals and the creation of our corporate study, you will start to hear paperless process, and that affects our public outreach, because I think our public outreach is a paper society still. So it's commitment, and unfortunately that commitment may result in less. We need to come up with ingenuitive ideas to keep people involved while looking through a climate lens on how to get that out. So.
Can I just make one last comment?
Okay.
So to your point, I shared something with Mike that came across my screen, a digital footprint in terms of greenhouse gas and electricity and all that good stuff. So the digital world contributes 4% to greenhouse gases, and that equates to more than the commercial industry, the commercial airline industry.
That's all the Bitcoin activity.
So there's an opportunity to do a digital audit to find out how much you're using and what you can shave off. So that's out there. I'm
Because
just sharing that.
if there's anything that we, all of us have plugged in all of the time now, even when our lights are off or anything, are our chargers to be charging all of our stuff, right?
It's everything. It's all
It's
your
everything.
databases, it's the cloud, it's like all
Okay.
of that stuff.
So,
Interesting.
so to conclude, I have a motion that we receive the Mono Community Climate Action Plan 2023 report card. Do I have a mover? Councillor Davie, seconded by Councillor Mankdalo. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Let's take 15 minutes. Fred, this is essentially a reconsideration of the decision that we made previously?
I wasn't exactly sure. The decision we made earlier was guidance to our treasurer for both the budget increase and the COLA. This motion that I put forward isn't guidance, it's a command. I'm not sure, maybe the clerk can advise me. Is that reconsideration or is that a new idea?
Well, the previous motion appeared to be a more broad-based discussion on what inflationary rate is used by the treasurer for the budget. This one seems very specific on COLA only. I would think that that was a separate discussion. However, it's not, our procedure bylaw comes into play when a topic is discussed for a third time, not for a second time. So this is not a procedural issue at this point.
Well, it comes into play for a third time, thus triggering the 6-month hiatus.
Yes, so it's the
we're not-
reconsideration of a reconsideration
Yeah.
has that time limit.
Correct, okay. So,
So the first thing I need is a seconder, your worship, which, before we put it on the floor, you better make sure
okay.
we have a seconder.
So I'll read the motion. Whereas the town of Mono has used the October to September Ontario cost of living statistics from Statistics Canada for over a decade to decide on how COLA for its wage grid, and whereas the town of Mono hires an HR specialist every 4 or 5 years to examine our wage grid and compare it to a group of comparators, it has been found that the town's use of the October to September StatsCan CPI numbers has worked reasonably well in ensuring that its employees are keeping up with the cost of living. And whereas for the 2023 budget year, where the October to September CPI was 6.5%, the town broke with past practices and only awarded staff a 4% increase in salaries. And whereas the current CPI, using monthly average monthly increases from October 2022 to September 2023 is 4.5%, and whereas the town of Mono wants to ensure that its employees are not falling behind the rate of inflation, therefore be it resolved that the 2024 budget, the wage grid be increased by 4.5%. So you'd like to move that? Is there a seconder? Councillor Davie, discussion?
I'd like to call for a recorded vote, please.
I thought we were going to have discussion first.
Any discussion?
Well, I have nothing further to say. I mean, I think everything I wanted to say is in the motion, so I'll leave it at that.
I do, though.
Okay.
We got some feedback about employee salaries here in Mono, and I read through everything, and there's been, is number one. And number two, there's been lots of discussion at every committee meeting that I've been to. We've all read this big document coming. We all go to the grocery store, we all buy gas. So money is you don't buy gas? Not even for your chainsaw? Okay, so it's top of mind, you know, and as I read through this, I'm thinking, you know, geez, I don't know that I ever, in any job ever, particularly as a government employee physician, which I know everybody argues that that's maybe not a government employee, but it is, it's one payer, never got a raise every single year, never got an addition to a pay thing every year. But then I also have to think that, you know, it is a very special, you know, when you're trying to compare between public sector and private sector and so on, it is a very special job that even just because it's written out and the job description looks the same as something in the private sector, it takes a special kind of person to work here with us and so on. I'm in favor of increasing, which is why I seconded it for you. But I think that we have to look at everything from all the angles. And I think that if we try to make a lower number in the interest of, you know, this budget, it's just, and it's showing us already, it's just going to show up later, that the world we're in at the moment is increasing, and I think that that our staff is worthy of working through our increasing our wage grid to keep up with inflation.
Any other comments? Well, and I did receive the same email and citation with regard to comparators in the private sector, and I agree with you that this is different. I mean, the responsibility for multi-million-dollar budgets consisting of public monies is quite different than being responsible for a private company or a publicly traded company's financial operations. The idea here is that instead of 3.9%, we would go to 4.5% for COLA purposes only. I just remind everybody that there are municipalities around us, namely Orangeville, that is currently limited to 2.5% this year. So, you know, it's hard to say to staff that we're applying a restraint, but I think you know, they're taxpayers too, whether they're paying taxes to us or paying taxes to another municipality. I think everybody understands that we need to get through these budgets in a responsible fashion.
Which puts you on which side of the fence?
Well, you'll have to wait and see. Elaine.
So, just to the whereas clauses, that we've been using October to September in the past doesn't mean we can't change in the present or for the future. And whereas we've been hiring a specialist every 4 to 5 years, there are other options for comparators and getting the information without hiring a consultant. And I would question, does every single municipality use October to September to come up with their cost of living COLA? And also, again, to the point of not everybody gets a cost of living increase, and sometimes cost of living is tied to performance. So it's a sliding number. So for instance, there's a scale of, you know, you've got 2.5% to 4% to give to individuals based on performance. So that cost of living is tied to performance as well. We don't do that. I'm just going to make those comments, so.
But for the record, and then I'll recognize Fred, the issue of performance is hopefully reflected in the way in which people progress on the pay grid. And so what we lose sight of here is not simply the overarching COLA, but also the fact that people do move on our pay grid unless they're at job rate, which is the top of the grid. Fred.
Well, I'm just going to point out that we hire the HR consultant not only to compare our wage grid with a group of comparators, but she also does the very important and legally required job of looking at things like pay equity, which is important.
Yeah.
The other thing I guess I would point out, because I know Mr. Burns, who's in the audience, has circulated some material, and I think it's very good material, and it's quite likely there's not a grain of truth, some truth to what he's suggesting, which is that public sector employees are getting paid more than their counterparts in the private sector. I'm not going to dispute that. My difficulty is that I can't rely on articles from the Fraser Institute to tell me that. We hire an HR specialist to do our examination, and that's what we rely on. I will fully admit, though, Mr. Burns, that in the past, particularly the previous deputy mayor and I have said to her Why don't we have some private sector people in our group of comparators? I don't know what her answer is, but we never get it. Our comparators are always other municipal governments. So, but in any case, having said that, I'm gonna stick with what I put in the motion, which is I think the cost of living has been increasing. Last year, we basically told our staff we are decreasing their wages by 2.5%, because that's effectively what we did. And I'm sorry if I could continue. The rate of inflation was 6.5%. We gave them 4%, and this year it doesn't make up for it. But I don't want to cut them any further. So I'm going to stick with the motion as I wrote it.
Two observations. Fraser Institute is a little bit on the bias side. Oh, just a tad. Just a tad. And the second thing is of the municipalities in Dufferin, I think only Grand Valley went with the 6+% increase that was that would have been recommended by the use of the formula. Every other municipality went for something less, and not only us, it was the county and everyone else. So if there's no further debate or discussion, shall I call the question? Ralph?
Yeah, I think we don't need to be rigid on this. I recognize the truth of what you're saying. What we're trying to do is provide a cost of living increase that's appropriate to the time, not to last year. And somebody said that you can't predict the future, but actually we do predict the future all the time. And it looks like we're into a less than a 6% cost of living increase for the next year. And using January to October was one way to maybe look at that and get rid of the bump that was last year when it was up at 6% or so. So I think that our original decision was appropriate and very fair, that we used 3.9 across the board as well as for COLA.
Just a correction, though, just to be clear, the bananas went up 6% last year. They are going up 4% this year. They're not going back down and then just up 4. I mean, the price is, so if you already, as you say, I mean, that's the way the math works, that if the cost of living was 6 and we only gave 4, then we were making it so that you couldn't buy all the bananas you needed to buy. So then this coming year, it's more like it's ongoing. Price is not coming down. There's stuff that does fluctuate hugely, like gas, which Ralph doesn't have to use anymore, and real estate things and so on. But the actual prices and the cost of living overall, it doesn't come back down to where it was and then start again just because now it's September versus January or December. So the using of a longer period of 12 months to come up with, it seems, I mean, if it's the standard or it's the industry standard, it seems like a reasonable one rather than changing just what's happening in this year.
Where does it say it's the industry standard?
Pardon?
Where does it say it's the industry standard is the question.
Fred knows that.
If you're trying to, I'd agree with you if you're trying to play catch up rather than deal with the current, but I don't think we're trying to play catch up.
The industry standard is every major pension plan in the country. The teacher's pension plan, which my wife gets, the Canada pension plan, uses a 12-month average. It may not be the same months we use, but that's specific. We use those months because that gives us, by November time, it's the most recent 12-month period. And as long as we're consistent over a long period of time, then, you know, over a decade, we will be dead on right in terms of the cost of living, whatever 12-month period we use, okay? But that's the practice of any pension plan in Canada, to use a 12-month average CPI.
Well, we broke with consistency last year by adopting a less than the formulaic percentage. I think we're on a better track now using the months that we do, that we decided on, as opposed to the retrospective view. But as for consistency, we've already upset that banana cart.
I'd like to call for a recorded vote, please.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
We're ready, Your Worship, for the vote?
Yes.
Done. So, starting with Deputy Mayor Nix,
Yes.
Councillor Davie. Councillor Capes. Councillor Manktolo.
No.
Mayor Krillman.
Using my super mayor powers? No.
So the motion is lost 3-2.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the Heritage Advisory Committee request for funding, which has formed part of our budget. I don't know whether we want to have that discussion now or whether we...
The rental facility.
Oh, the rental facilities, my apologies. So we have a motion by Councillor Capes with regard to the rental facilities waiver approach. And I'll read the motion. Whereas the town publishes rates for Mono's rental facilities, whereas these rates are established with consideration for the work and costs incurred by the town for renting, and whereas rental rates recognize not-for-profit and community groups at reduced rates, and whereas rental for future discounts means loss of revenue and indeed loss of recuperation of costs associated with a rental, therefore be it resolved that council eliminate the hall rental subsidy application and that no further discounts will be considered except where specific user group agreements are in place and including the town organized and run special events days. Do you would like to move that?
So it's, whereas it's rental for further discounts, not future.
Yes.
Further
par-
discounts?
Microphone?
Sorry, so
So
it
did I say
says-
future?
Yeah, yeah, so it
No
said for
further.
further
Yeah,
discounts?
going forward.
I just feel that we've had a lot of conversation at this table, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, time that could be invested on other issues, to talk about,
Motion to be moved and seconded.
Yeah.
oh, well, you did ask me to say something.
No, I asked you if you wanted to move
So sorry.
it. Okay.
Got
You're
excited,
moving?
okay?
Is there a seconder?
Yes, I'll move it.
Melinda Davie is seconding. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just feel that maybe the time has come for us to say, we have a rate schedule, and that's what it is. So I'll just leave it at that.
Can I
Comment?
ask a question?
Yeah.
would- Kim, I'm looking at you. Would this, and I'm going on memory, the Mono Nordic Ski Club gets a special rate for the use of the Menorah Pavilion. I forget what it is, half, but whatever it is, would this motion, would it affect that arrangement? Because it wouldn't?
No,
Okay, then
Except
I'll,
for specific user group agreements.
okay, then I'll remain quiet.
Can I, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing, right? Like, the bottom line is that there are so few things that we have the ability to get any revenue from. And our fantastic halls are one of them. And the town, a town event, so it's interesting that there are group agreements that are in place. Because it's all, the personal, not personal, but the, specific interest groups versus if it's a town event, like the Winterfest where the Menorah Ski Club comes to and whatever, then that's itemized in here. But I would even question why there are group agreements in place. But since that's not in the actual motion as it's written, I would be totally happy to support this. But actually, maybe that is something to consider. Just because we really, every penny counts, and we have spectacular facilities that cost money. We did, during that last conversation where the vote went weird, as far as I was concerned, as to who we let and who we didn't, like it seemed so arbitrary or personal. We asked for, an itemization. And I don't know that I'm not demanding that at all, but I'm just, that it would maybe make this go, if this passes, it would maybe make it go down easier if it is something that is, this is the breakdown of the cost, not just that the day costs this much, but it costs this much because of this.
Ralph?
This is addressed to you, Kevin.
Oh, sorry, Kim.
Oh.
Kim, go ahead.
Sorry, just in follow-up to that, Councillor Davie, I did, after our last council meeting, do a very quick calculation of the costs. And just the hard costs alone, such as hydro, heat, fire, telephone, insurance, garbage and snow removal. The cost to run our facilities is $100 per day for Menorah and $125 per day for Mono Center. Now, that's just the hard cost. That does not include any staff time whatsoever for the booking of facilities, for the letting in, for the cleanup, or anything like that. So just giving you an idea, that's what it costs just for them to be standing. And it also doesn't include any type of maintenance. That's to have the lights on and the heat on, or the AC, which we don't turn on very often unless there's a rental.
Kim, I'm addressing this to you. In trying to analyze and understand this, it seems to me we have three rates. We have the standard rate, we have the not-for-profit rate, and then we have a variable reduced rate for other applications. Is that, could you clarify whether that's true or not? And I have an addendum.
Yes, you're absolutely right. There's a commercial rate, there's a nonprofit rate, and then there are some agreement rates that have been worked out, such as with the Mono Nordic Ski Club, which is a 50% reduction to the posted not-for-profit rate. Okay? We also have some agreements, for instance, with the Menorah Lawn Bowling Club. They are permitted 2 rentals per year at no cost during a non-prime time. So basically from a Monday through a Thursday in the evening for their AGMs, or they have them twice a year. Those are the types of agreements that I believe Councillor Capes is referring to, and that we work with these groups on quite a great partnership basis. So to continue to extend that to those groups, I feel in agreement with Councillor Capes would be necessary.
But then I guess there's a fourth group, and that's the group where people come and they ask for a further discount.
You're correct. That is exactly what happens, is we have groups such as, fundraising groups or whomever who, or groups who are putting special events on, who do come and ask us that we pretty much waive any type of fee associated with the event.
So then the purpose of this motion is to discontinue that request for further discounts. That's basically it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Eliminate the subsidy application, first sentence of the
I just added something. It does, and it replies a little bit to your comment. It becomes a difficult thing when you have these additional requests, and it does. It's difficult to separate sometimes your personal connection with some of these organizations, et cetera, and it does seem to be somewhat. I don't mean this disrespectful to the rest of the council, but a little bit arbitrary whether we give out a further discount or not. So I think there's some merit in this motion.
So to be clear, if I'm a nonprofit, I still get the nonprofit rate. But if I'm a nonprofit and I want to get something less than the published rate, I can't do that because there's no form to fill out. Okay, good. Any further discussion? All in favor? Seeing none, opposed, motion's carried. Okay. So we have a Heritage Advisory Committee budget allocation request. Come on forward. I'm not certain why this is outside the parameters of the budget discussion. I know the requested amount is already incorporated into the budget.
It was just included, Mr. Mayor, just as backup as to where the numbers came from.
Okay.
So you can discuss that budget at the time when we get to that page.
I think the breakdown is forming part of the budget, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to address this separately? Yeah. I'm trying to get guidance from council as to whether we move on or whether we talk about this separately. Barbara?
Daphlis. Was surprised to see it included because I thought it would go through as part of the budget. We do have an increase, and that's predicated by the current Ontario government's new bill, which will eliminate registry houses after 2025. So it is our intention to designate a few more properties than perhaps we would under a normal occurrence. And I'm pleased to answer any questions. I think it's pretty well self-explanatory. And of course, we appreciate any consideration that you folks would allow us. But I did expect it to come through as part of the regular budget.
Yeah, understood. Linda, then Ralph?
Well, yes, thank you very much, Mayor. I do have a question, because and I guess I should be reading Bill 23. I can't remember. There were so many things in Bill 23 that were so upsetting. Right? But so if they're going to get rid of the registry, which we just have spent a great deal of time and effort getting in place, it was updated, but with lots and lots of additions. So anyway, so that was good work. So then of this list, then we have your new 20 houses, 14, I forget how many it was, that you want to add in. So what will happen in the future? Because to be on the register means that eventually you could be designated as a possibility, right? That was my understanding. So if you don't have a list, what's the future?
I don't know. And Fred perhaps can correct this. We will not be able to put those people that are listed for 5 years. So automatically it becomes null and void.
With the idea that we could go around and tear things down to build subdivisions.
Which basically means that if any of these properties wish to be demolished, we wouldn't know about it.
And so, but they didn't touch, but the bill did not touch designation. If it's designated, it's designated.
It stays in place.
And it stays in place. Okay, thank you very much.
So I take it that the objective is not to have everyone on the registry all of a sudden be the subject of a designation, but to pick and choose strategically as to which should be legitimately designated versus others.
I think it's important that we recognize the properties that are of heritage value to the town of Mono. And we're being very selective in the ones that we have chosen for designation.
I think that Melinda and Barbara have both brought up a point which we need clarification from the clerk, please. So once the list is abolished, I think that's January 2025, and they cannot go back on the list for 5 years, but can the Heritage Committee propose to any of them for a heritage designation after that time?
That is correct. So the prohibition is adding someone back onto the list for a 5-year period. It doesn't in any way impact council's ability to designate any property, whether they were on the list or not. But as pointed out, we wouldn't know of a demolition of a property that was on the list. That's what we lose.
So Barbara, it appears that your Heritage Committee is going to be able to continue its work on there, maybe a little bit more vague.
The actual designation, the actual list was work of extraordinary each one of us went up and down various roads. I unfortunately had Airport Road, and it's very difficult to get an emergency number on Airport Road at 80 kilometers an hour. And often or not, some of the properties were away from the road, so that with the trees and guidelines, we often erred in the way of identifying these properties, one of which I personally identified, was a new home that had been built in an extraordinary good way to look like a Victorian house. Turns out the property was practically brand new. But I would hate to see us lose any more properties because of this legislation, and I know it might happen.
So I'm a little confused. I thought that January 2025, the list no longer exists.
That's correct.
So there's been reference to putting properties back on the list. How do you do that when the list no longer exists?
I don't believe we can have a list.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
I think what we would probably have to do as the Heritage Advisory Committee, identify properties and bring that to
designation.
council requesting that they be designated.
For designation
Am I
only.
correct?
So if a property is currently on the list, come 2025, it has to be removed and cannot be re-added for a 5-year period. New properties can be put onto the list. Okay. So there's no prohibition of adding a property back onto the list. And as long as there wasn't one that was currently on the list on January 1st, 2025. And of course, there's no prohibition on designating a property, and no, I have no further understanding of why the legislation was written the way it
Who are the geniuses
was.
who come up with this stuff? Yeah.
Can I ask for some history on it? So when I came on the scene in 2022, 2021, it was presented that we finally finished the list. This is great. We've added so many. Was there an urgency at that time because of some other legislation or something, that it just was that it took you time to complete the list?
Actually, the list was added additions. And what we did was we chose to drive around and select properties. Yeah, I mean, our list is enormous. We had 435 properties. I don't think we have that now. But there is no sense of urgency, except that the people that are on the committee are very committed to retaining the properties we have, considering that a lot of the I guess under the new Homes Act, but there was no sense of urgency, other than the fact that if we recreate the list, it would have to go back to council, would it not, as a part of a bylaw?
Yeah, properties can only be added to the list by bylaw.
Okay, thank you. There's no motion, but we'll take these thoughts into consideration
Please,
when we talk
we
about the
appreciate
budget.
that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Next item on the list, and I was jumping to this out of some degree of enthusiasm. And I'll read the motion that Council for the Town of Mono authorize the CAO to enter into an agreement substantially in the form as attached with this report with the Ontario Trillium Foundation for application ID hashtag CP130975 in the amount of $67,100 for the resurfacing of the playground surface at Lynn Gibson Park, formerly known as Island Lake Park. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Capes, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Discussion? Kim? Self-evident?
We don't want them on it.
Thank you. And I think this was a project that we turned down at the last budget cycle.
This was a project that council actually approved, but you took monies out of it from the asked amount, the original asked amount.
Okay.
So I had less money to work with, so when I saw this grant come available, I thought, boom, there's an opportunity to maybe gain back some of the monies in order to be able to put in or to replace the park with with the same quality that we have at our other parks. So we
Okay.
can.
Councillor?
And thank you, Mary. Right, and so, and that's the point, right? That this park is chips or sand or rather than the rubber it's sand, rather than the rubber that we've got at every place else, including Mono Center. And that rubber is the best that is on the market. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. In that you brought that up, I'd like to ask a question in terms of how this relates to our environment and climate change, and understand whether the rubberized material is more environmentally and climate friendly than the chips. I don't know if you know that, but that's just something that's,
I do know that there are a number of grants as well that come from the playground industry, because the rubber comes from recycled tires. So that in itself is a
That's why the
great
rubber hits the road.
recycling of tires. Yeah.
Yes.
but do they contribute more greenhouse gases? Like, in the bigger picture of what is more friendly to Mother Nature? Is it more rubberized stuff created from tires that are, maybe we find another thing for them to do, but is that the thing to put into our natural environment? And it's just, it comes to my mind, and I don't know what the answer is in terms of the greenhouse gas contribution that is from taking those recycled tires and creating the rubberized surface and then leaving the rubberized surface there and then taking it out when you need to replace it versus using chips, because we chip stuff in our forests all the time. I'm not sure if it's all good, but that's a different story. But I just,
I think you have to be mindful too of safety of our residents. And the chip stuff, when the chips were first invented, or the sand and various things, I mean, each time these new innovations come for our playgrounds, they're in the name of, the safety if little Johnny falls off the monkey bars, right? And I think that there is no comparison to these other natural products that you can put in the playground compared to the bounce that you get with the rubber. So that it becomes a kind of a balance between the climate of that Johnny's going to be able to live and breathe versus right. But the rubber tires are here, and it is part of the sales pitch for these playgrounds that they really are coming up with something that is for the overall environment, as opposed to the rubber going and decaying someplace, I guess, in a landfill.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a motion on the floor. We have a mover and seconder. Any further discussion before I call the vote? Any opposed? Okay, the motion is carried. Now we're into the draft budget, and I just want to put a few things on the record before we dive into this. I think we have unfortunately a fixed time to the discussion. Fred needs to attend an appointment so we cannot go without his participation, which I think is very important. We can't go beyond 1 o'clock. So I think if we dive in and get as much done as we can always pick it up another day. Are we in agreement with that? After 1 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to let.
Excuse me, Your Worship.
Yes.
Staff was prepared to work through council's process on this, and we brought sandwiches in.
I understand, but
Okay.
we have
It's fair.
commitments to meet, and I think a couple of commitments actually that would suggest that we can't meet beyond 1. But we appreciate the efforts to keep us here
You'll have to walk.
longer.
So we're going to eat and talk?
No, we're going to work.
I hated it when surgeons did that back in the day. Oh, no.
Okay, Les, on to the budget presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. We're here finally for the main event, the 2024 budget. Since the pandemic, I dusted off an old suit for this occasion, but found an old tie, and let's begin. So this is just my contact information for whoever is watching online or comes in to get a copy of the budget package. They could reach me at that email or that telephone number. So just some preliminary numbers summarizing the first few pages of the budget package. The 3.9% inflation increase to the tax levy would be approximately $348,000. I'm expecting the same level of growth in 2024 as we had in 2023, so it would be just under 90,000. Now this slide was prepared a week ago, based on our current year-to-date projection. I had projected a small surplus, but we're now anticipating that will not happen. We had one of our public works equipment break down, and it needs a new transmission. So we'll see how those numbers flush out. Wanted to give council a little bit of history on the impact of less provincial grants in the last couple of years. We get 2 grants from the government, the OCIF, Ontario Infrastructure Grant, and then the OMPF, Ontario Municipal Partnership Grant. Over the 2 years between those 2 grants, it's a reduction of provincial funding of just under $224,000, which does have an impact on our budget. That's almost 4% impact. Conservation authorities, they have been increasing over the years. For 2024 is the largest impact, but over the last few years, it's an increase of approximately 18%. Fire department costs. Council is well aware of the bad news that we get from our various fire departments. You could see the various impact on our operating costs for the fire department and the capital costs. Over the last couple of years between our fire departments, it has been an impact of over $360,000. I just got an email this morning, I guess, from the secretary of the Shelburne Fire Board. That levy is going up by 13.82%. So external pressures on our budget. Bylaw enforcement. This cost has dramatically increased more from the enforcing our bylaws in Mono. There's a huge legal cost associated with bylaw enforcement. And again, over the last couple of years, the impact on our budget has been about $76,000. So basically, the last few slides that I had presented between lessening of the provincial grants, conservation, bylaw enforcement, and fire, that has a total impact over the last couple of years. To date now, just under $700,000 on our budget that we now are budgeting for that we did not have 3 years ago. So that's between 8 and 10% of our budget. External pressures that we have to deal with. But that doesn't count anything else. That's just those items. And then there's additional budget pressures. Insurance between 5 and 10%. 5% increase was on our liability. Liability has basically stabilized across municipalities. but the 10% is property insurance. I guess because I'm not sure, maybe because of the pandemic, with the values going up with everything, or vandalism, we have found that property insurance has gone up by 10%. And I actually, personally, I have experienced that my property insurance has gone up by 10% approximately. Of course, I already mentioned the conservation authorities. Winter sand and salt, there's an increase of 25%. Dust control, 7%. Gravel resurfacing, the cost of getting gravel, up 10%. And then, of course, any vehicle cost for maintenance, replacement between 9 and 10%. So again, these figures all show that our cost as a municipality is greater than inflation, no matter how we calculate it.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Just want to know first. I'm gonna ask a question. Thanks, Les. So, just in talking about our inflation numbers like we did before, and I made the supposition that bananas continue to go up in price. Does things like like 25% is a big jump to be asked to pay over the same amount of gravel and stuff. Are those commodities, they fluctuate, those kinds of things that we have to buy? Do we know?
Generally, over the years, our gravel contracts have been fairly steady with inflation, but I think, I'm assuming this is like a pandemic hangover. There has been already built-in costs from the last few years of budget, and then there's still costs increasing this year. So there is a continuing pressure. And that's why you hear the governor of Bank of Canada, they're not too quick to say, no, we're not going to increase rates anymore, because they use this word sticky inflation, because the inflation is basically embedded in our prices, and then you have inflation on top of inflation. So the costs are basically compounding.
Thank you.
And then council is familiar with the pie chart. Over 50% is transportation services, and a bigger part of our budget, protection services, which does include fire, conservation authority, bylaw enforcement, and police. And then general government, just under 12%, and recreation, 7.8%. And the other is the landfill site and the Mitchell Church, a small percentage of the overall budget. Now, council, I did this slide up at the last budget for council, the 22 taxes on 500,000, because we were able to do that because we did our budget for 2023 in March. So I just wanted to show what the taxes were across Dufferin County, across the municipalities before 2023, because there's a few municipalities in Dufferin that had fairly large increases in 2023. We were not one of them. So the next slide, as a comparison for 2023, what happened, you will see that East Garifraxa had the biggest jump in taxes. They basically had a 15% tax rate increase for 2023. And then, surprisingly, Mulmer had a fairly good increase as well for 2023. So, I mean, other municipalities are feeling the pressure and are dealing with it, I guess, accordingly. And then just a breakdown of residential taxes. The county and Mono were very close, equal in share, and then a small section for school board. School board has a bigger bite, or bigger share of commercial taxes, because basically the provincial government is funding more of the school board on residential than commercial. So to maintain 3.9% increase, we have some options. Oh, my slide's not loading. So basically phase in or eliminate capital projects. Reduce or phase in some of the budget contribution to reserves, which council has done in the past budgets. and then use other reserves that were set up for other purposes to fund operating. Now, that option is now quite limited because we have done that quite a bit in the last couple of budgets, so there aren't too many reserves left to dip into to help offset any increase to the tax rate. Or, I guess the discussion, something bigger than 3.9% increase moving forward after this budget. So some tough decisions ahead. So basically, I guess the theme of this year's budget, costs are increasing. A lot of our costs are increasing our external forces that, I guess as a municipality, we don't have much control over, I guess. Hey, Andrew, if we could load the budget, please.
Does every member of council have a printed version?
No, good idea.
Then if we could start with page 3. There's additional copies of the budget on the table there, if you want, council wants a hard copy. Okay, page 3, the top half is the cost of council. And the bottom half is the Hockley Lands property. What's not showing, oh, a new line from now that is showing for the Hockley Lands is we will be getting revenues for the building, and for next year, $12,000, $1,000 a month. There's no questions there. Page 4.
Question.
Yes. Go ahead.
Sorry, Les, I do have a question on that page. And maybe this is too much information to ask for, but just to understand, the training and development on page 3, line 1253. Does that cover DEI now for
No, that's
council?
just strictly council's training and development.
Okay, so.
DEI is further down.
Further down,
I'll
okay, so
point that out
that's
for
not
council.
wrapped up in this, but so what does this cover then? What training have we done?
That when council would go to like AMO,
So it's conference
conferences,
attendance,
or past council has also gone to like a one-day workshop,
right,
things like that.
okay, thank you. Line 1255, I just wanted to understand how that gets calculated. And this is a council expense, but are we getting new equipment? I'm not sure if I understand where that number comes from and what it represents.
We have an overall IT budget, which includes equipment and of course staff salary and Collins cost. And then based on a percentage of how much time, we would do an estimate of how much time is spent on council support and hardware or equipment, that's allocated to council.
Okay, I don't know how you figure all this stuff up, Les, but I appreciate it. I like the net zero from the Hockley Lands, that's awesome. And so I just wanted to talk about donations, but this is something for council to think about. We'll be okay now with the donations for hall rentals, because there won't be any.
So that takes care of
balances-
$6,000.
That balances itself out. And then, I just wanted to understand about the other donations, and that line is $10,600, $1269. And, again, you know, we do have a social responsibility that I accept and support, but still have questions about how we award these donations and how we can improve that process, and I'm not sure if, I'm just making that comment. Okay, thank you, Les.
Kim?
Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that when we do our donations such as to Mono Nordic Ski Club, to the lawn bowlers, that type of thing, and there is an amount that, as we said earlier, they're still going to be privy to. The donated hall rentals line is where that money comes from.
So I noticed on your side of the budget, it has $6,000 as revenue, so that stays there, and that's the same as this $6,000 that we,
That's
Or is
correct,
that just
Councillor. It's an in
coincidental?
and out. because
yes, an in
whatever-
and out,
It's an in and out. We started putting the revenues on the hall side
Yeah.
just to show council that
right,
the halls
yeah.
are generating revenues,
exactly.
even though it's a council donated revenue.
Okay, so that does include, so that could change or not change, doesn't matter.
Whether change it's in, it doesn't matter.
It's in and out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Page 1, line 4, climate change environment. It was budgeted last year for 20,000. We spent 8,200. We have a
Oh.
budget this year for 32,200. Could we?
I'm sorry, council, we'll be getting to that page very shortly.
Oh, I thought you'd passed on to past page 1.
On page 3, going to page 4.
He's just leading us through.
Okay, I thought you'd passed it by. Okay,
So the first few pages are summary pages of all the expenses
yes,
through,
but I don't.
and that's why I passed by the summary pages, and we're getting into the detail pages.
Is climate change and environment somewhere else? I didn't see it anywhere else. Page 4?
It's coming up on page 4, which is the next page.
Thank you, Councillor
So
Cates.
now that we're on page 4, the top half is the administrative staff costs at Town Hall, and then the bottom half is the climate change page.
So may I carry on? Okay. So I just want asking for some details about what the $32,200 is going to be applied to.
Salaries, benefits, training.
Where are you, Councillor?
Go to page 4. There's the 32.2, and it's comprised of all those numbers just above it, okay? That's what's in the 32.2.
So that means that, but there are other things that you're going to be involved with this year, besides the tree program. Sorry, there are other things which you're going to be involved in, we're going to be involved in besides the tree program and the living snow fence. And do we not have any expenses for those?
Councillor Mengtalo, if I may, so the items that were identified in the report card as ongoing or in progress, the majority of them would fall under salaries, benefits, materials, and supplies. The large consumption last year was obviously webpage. Some of Andrew's money would have went at the 5,000. But we're looking to the training and development. We actually have courses starting today with respect to some climate changes, and that will continue into 2024. The consultant public education survey at 2,000, we'll be seeking what council would like to do in 2024 on that matter. Generally, as we start to get into the corporate plan, we'll be providing council with a timeline, and that may definitely require some consultant, access to consultant specialists with respect to that. tree program subsidy is a straightforward 5,000. The living snow fence, we've identified a couple public, we haven't reached out to the general public. It's available to the public should they commit to it and ask us. We will, this is under the Heritage Tree Program. They don't like the idea of having to plant all the trees and then wait a year, and then if they're healthy, we'll refund the money. But we identify these areas. So the Living Snow Fence Program has, Public Works has identified a couple properties for that. And then the Community Climate Action Reserve contribution is just to continue to have funding to incorporate the items in the report card. And obviously the 10,000 is a reserve contribution towards what we believe will require some consulting services to create the corporate action plan, depending on what kind of uptake and cooperation we have from the county.
Okay, so if I may continue, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I've sort of harped on the need for knowledge transmission and information to be provided to our residents and suggested a couple of options, including using the newsletter in a major way for each of the next 4 newsletters, and possibly an insert into the tax bill with information that would get to everybody rather than the couple of hundred people who would look up our website. If we were to go for that, if your committee was in favor of that, would you need extra money for that?
So the materials and supplies did go up 2,000. Sorry, it went up by $2,000.
Right.
1,000 of that was the committee identified providing compost during our tree program as an option for residents. But the inserts into the text into the newsletters and the inserts into mailouts is covered off in this, and I'm sure Lisa and Michelle are listening and taking some notes right now.
Thank you.
Still on that same page, the $10,000 going into the reserve contribution corporate climate action, is that the same as when we go to the reserve schedule, the $10,000 we're putting in for the EV charging station? Or is that separate? Or
No, the 10,000 in the EV should be identified through the Public Works.
why shouldn't, okay, I guess it really doesn't matter, but it could also be identified here as part of our climate action.
Yeah, like we pulled in the Heritage Tree Program, took it, sort of taking it away from Public Works, and it's heading into the climate group, and so may the forests.
Okay,
as we move forward, like things are starting to, but council had definitely showed interest and commitment last year to the EV charging, so it has been identified early on as a fleet, Public Works fleet issue.
And I now
or
see
item.
the corporate climate action reserve. I just didn't get that line on the reserve page.
Mhm.
Why then in the same context, we're not building a reserve to buy our first EV pickup truck? Or do we not need to have a reserve for that? Or would that be under our just under our regular,
That's under Public Works, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
If you go, when we
Just-
get to Public Works, and it's in the notes page,
okay,
page 14. There's
Okay,
two
I'll
reserve
leave it.
contribution to regular fleet, and then 50,000 to electric vehicle reserve.
I'm okay. I got confused when I saw the reserve contribution and I flipped back to the reserve page and I couldn't find it. Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, moving forward to page 5. The only, one thing I do want to point out, for next year, we have to do an update on our development chart study. That cost is near the bottom line, $1295, $36,105, and you'll see on the next page in the revenue side, that's being financed 100% from development charges. If there's no questions on that page, there's the note.
Actually, I have a couple under the transfer to reserves for emergency response. What is that?
That's one of the reserves transfers we were putting in the past to, in case there is an emergency like the flood we had a few years back. I had put it back in the 50,000 contribution because in the 2023 budget, we basically depleted that reserve out to help finance the overall tax rate. So this is reestablishing that reserve.
Okay. And the next item, roof, HVAC, and lighting. Have we not already completed those works quite recently? I'm thinking of the roof as an example.
We have, but it's an ongoing process of making sure we do have the funding down the road if another replacement is required.
Your Worship, and just to elaborate on that, we did the front. We did, you'll recall, 2 years ago, I believe I provided the useful lives of the roofs, and we did the front the original portion, and we've identified the foyer as a separate use roofing unit, and so is the back half of the building. So those are reserve contributions to the remaining 2/3 of the roof.
Okay. I see a potential economy there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just so I understand, on page 5, line 1250, professional and legal fees under general. What would that be for, Les?
That's when we get legal advice from our solicitors pertaining to not bylaw, sorry. If they're, advising the clerk on certain procedures, the CAO, there's a cost to talking to the lawyer.
Okay, so that's separate to the other legal
Yes, I
fees
try to
for
separate
specific-
the legal across different
Right.
functions.
Okay, that's perfect.
So this would be administration legal.
Right, and then, just so I understand, line 1251, would that cover our newsletter, that postage and,
No, that's 100% postage machine, mailing out water bills,
okay,
tax bills, things
okay,
like that.
but not the newsletter?
So we have
That's
there's a
separate.
separate line for that,
Yeah, okay, thank you.
which we do allocate the cost of postage to that line.
Right. And other services, line 1259.
So that basically includes when they come and service our HVAC, our furnace. So that includes the cost of processing our payroll because we have Ceridian. There's a biweekly charge for that. Any of those different kind of service costs of external services that we use.
Okay, great.
I
Thank you.
understand it does add up quickly.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, no, that's great.
So notes to page 5. This shows the cost of the bulk of our capital for our IT department, which is offset by our efficiency grant, and then the other annual charges that we have for network security monitoring and our backup disaster recovery. We have a backup every day that goes up into the cloud. Hopefully there won't be a storm up there, but anyways. And then we have the annual $10,000 contribution to reserve for the Klondike pit for future rehabilitation. Now, last year.
Les, could
council-
you please
and
move the
year before,
microphone?
council cut that out.
Could you please move the microphone closer to you?
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
I'm out of cord. So, last year, council did not do the reserve to the Klondike pit or the year before.
Just a question about the first line, the 70,000. Just a question, based on some of the comments that were in that service delivery review, and that we may not have consistency of use of tools across departments and for staff, I just wondered, is there any opportunity for rationalizing the software we have and getting rid of some licensings? Just a question.
I think we're operating at a pretty good efficiency. We don't get into software that we don't use. Everything that we have obtained is being used to its full potential. And of course, nowadays, instead of purchasing software, companies have figured out they make more money by doing an annual license.
Right.
And so bulk of that, like half of that cost is just paying annual licensing.
Right.
Just for our Keystone software, there's about $12,000 to $14,000 there.
Yeah.
The program that Fred uses to put out the council agenda, there's that license. So basically everything we do purchase, we do use.
Okay, so there's no opportunity then. Okay, thanks, Les.
Well, I just wonder, Les, there is an obligation now to give us a report on efforts made to purchase goods and services more efficiently through buying groups and arrangements with other municipalities. So I presume that we'll get that report at some point. In the area of software, do we partner with other municipalities to get a better license rate?
We do partner with the county when it comes to our GIS. We work with the county and some of the lower tier municipalities. We do partner with that when it comes to computing. We find when we purchase our hardware, we basically, I guess the county has a higher standard with their equipment. We don't purchase at that rate. Like our laptops, we're finding our experience is cheaper than what the county would spec out.
Well, I've raised this before, and that is in government, my experience is that they do a, quote, refresh of your laptop every 4 years or so, whether you need one or not, whether the one is still working, which it is, invariably. We're not on that kind of treadmill, I hope.
No, I mean, I could use my own laptop as an example. It's already, I think, 4 or 5 years old, and it replaced one that was 8 years old. And the only reason it got replaced was because it literally conked out. So we do not replace if it's not needed. We do stretch it out. But then I think I mentioned before, you do get the odd lemon, and we're replacing a laptop at 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
But no, we replace only as needed.
So we don't have a refresh, and I put
No.
air quotes on that, mentality.
No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
No, I've always, I mean, we have always used, I mean, maybe other organizations have the model, you know, you have your budget, use it or lose it.
Yes.
We have never followed that. If for whatever reason, we do have a budget saving in 1 year because we did not go ahead with this is across all departments. For whatever reason, we did not go ahead and purchase something because it was still working. Council in the past has always given us the same budget, just in case now is the time to purchase it in the following year. So we do stretch it out as much as possible.
Ralph?
Last line number, under capital network security screening for 15,000. Is that our security software malware
Yes,
anti-phishing?
that's the Barracuda.
Okay.
And that's where you get the messages from Jake, the email that, he has discovered that we have the fake John email coming through, and Barracuda has caught it.
So
But yes, that's what it is.
So I know this area is progressing quickly as the spooks are not keeping up with the bad guys. And are you happy with the level of, or is Jake happy with the level of security that we have there?
Yes, we're very happy with them, and they're even suggesting things to look into further that we do consider. But then with budget constraints, we might not go at the current year and project to do it the following year. But yes, we're very happy with them.
Okay.
So I started off being a weak mayor, and now it's fake John. I don't know. Oh, dear. Actually, just apropos of the computer security, I had discussions with Mark early about the possibility of having a in-camera briefing of council on all the background stuff we do to ensure our security. And the way it was left was that if any of us want to have that information, Jake is prepared to meet with us privately and take us through how Barracuda works and that sort of thing.
Yes, he's prepared to do that. Yep. So page 6 are the revenues, administrative revenues for the town.
On page 6, what's the rents or the leases? It's not the hockey property. What
Maybe-
else do we rent out?
We have the cell tower at the landfill. So we get a percentage of the company's revenue.
Les, if I can, the POA revenue, you have it at 240,000 as sort of a static figure. I think we've just recently received an update from the town of Caledon as to what our share is in the last quarter. Can we be more optimistic than 240 or? Okay. Because the courts are more or less up and running. They're still not assessing the appropriate fine levels, but in my view. But I think we're over the worst of it.
One other question.
Yeah.
It's a small amount, but we had budgeted for tax penalties and interest last year, 180. You're projecting we're only going to get 160 in this year, but for next year, you're just projecting 130. And if you go back to 2022,
That's investment revenue.
oh, sorry, I'm on the, my eyes, sorry. Yeah. Well, sticking with investment income, is that because you're assuming interest rates are going to fall?
Well, that's because as we're pulling money out of reserves, I'm having to cash in investments.
Of course, yes.
So page 7 is fire. There is a detailed breakdown of the 1254 line. But for next year, every few years, we have to do a comprehensive community risk assessment. And next year is the time to do it. I'm not sure if the CAO wants to further comment on that.
Yeah, Les is correct, Your Worship, through the council. So yes, we will be partnering with all eight municipalities to advance this, and that'll commence in January.
Question for Les. Did Orangeville see the light and agree to average out and balance our fire
I haven't
contributions?
heard anything different, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming it's a go. Yep, so I reflected the updated numbers, and then for next year's cost as well. You go into the notes to page 7. You'll see the projected number for Orangeville is decreased. And then for 2024, we're doing the 15% increase based on 2023.
Well, I remember what our pitch was to the fire chief, and I read in the paper that the deputy mayor of Orangeville is grousing about the fact that we're not paying our fair share if they were to grant us the ability to average out the numbers.
No, at the end of the day, we're still paying, they had a,
At the end of the day, we're still paying
we're
the same
paying the total amount,
It's-
so we
it's the
will pay
way-
our fair
it's the
share.
way that we're paying it.
Orangeville Council did approve that, Your Worship. So the 15% for 2023 and 2024
Okay,
was
I missed that.
approved.
Okay, that's great.
Now, as you can see on the detail, my projected is just as well that Orangeville did approve that, because the cost of calls in Caledon, we're paying per call. And as you can see, we budgeted 175, but I'm projecting 250. So where we saved in one budget, we're spending it in another cost.
sorry, go ahead.
So maybe, yes, Les, you can help me on that, because I did have a note here about Caledon. In 2021, we paid them $86,000, and now we're paying them, double that or more. And it's like, what? I don't understand. They got a new truck, so now we're paying for it? So the cost per call, or was there a change to how we paid them?
No, it's just an additional call costs,
So that's because we had more
more
calls.
volume, more volume than in the past.
Wow.
Our cost structure with Caledon is the same.
Right.
Last year, when I say last year, I'm still 2023.
Yeah, yeah.
So last for 2023 budget, the increase was like 3-4% per call. But because the volume has gone up. And I think
So-
that's what the other fire departments are experiencing as well. They're dealing with more medical calls.
Oh, the medical, yeah, not
And then-
fire, right,
Now, when there is a false alarm, we do bill out
yes,
for a fault, but we still don't recover the full cost of the call.
right, okay, thank you. Wow,
I must say, Your Worship, and I don't have the call volumes here, but when you look at that page, what Orangeville, Shelburne, Caledon, and Rosemount are charging, it does say something for fire boards. The volunteer firefighters and their efficiencies. I know
Yeah,
I don't have the
absolutely.
call volumes, but if you just look at the land area Shelburne is covering in Mono and compare that, I know Orangeville's got all our subdivisions, so that they get a lot more calls, but anyway, the fire boards are certainly looking good on that page.
I still
Anything
don't
further?
like that it's focused on medical, but that's me.
And then, just rounding out that page, we do bill out for where we can for accidents. So the revenues are fairly steady for the fire department. Page 8.
That's the 130.
Conservation Authority. I just got an email the other day from the CVCA.
Les,
I'm sorry?
Councillor Davie wants to know.
I'm sorry, just a clarification on that. When you say we do bill out, that's the 130.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you,
Yes.
sorry, thank you.
And do we ever get pushback from the,
It's getting more pushback, more and more, yes,
okay,
from the insurance companies.
unbelievable. Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, it comes to a point that, we're on and all, I was talking to Lisa like last week preparing this budget. She just finally got a payment from an insurance company 1 year later because she didn't let go. Anyways. So regarding the conservation authorities, I have an update for the CVCA cost. It's a slight decrease from what I had budgeted. I was going on a percentage. Their cost is going to be the total levy, $15,593. So a couple $100 there.
Yes.
I know we talked about this budget recently, but the NVCA, that's like, a huge increase. And I might want to join those band of people who don't want to support the other optional programs, but I don't know, like, help me with this, because,
The other optional programs are a fairly small proportion, so it wouldn't make much difference, I don't think. What happened was they had a interesting board meeting, and this is a public meeting, so I can say a member recommended that the increase that the staff has proposed was too low, that we should have a higher increase in the budget. And the rationale for this was that they were having a problem dealing with permitting, and we're not getting things out in time, and that they'd like to have more staff. So we're hiring more staff for permitting, and maybe they'll get more revenue, I don't know. But that's why we have a 14% increase. That was voted for by all the board members except for Darren White, myself, and Janet Horner. So, anyway, this is that's something the board actually initiated. The staff had requested less than that increase, something like.
Let them pay for it then.
Yeah.
And how did the chair vote?
Pardon?
How did Gail vote?
Oh, Gail was in the chair, she voted with it. I think so. I'm not sure.
Well, you know, and
Okay,
I'll believe it when I
page
see it, that
9.
they've done the right thing. Sorry, Les. Go ahead.
Page 9, bylaw enforcement. And then, as mentioned earlier, the driving costs for bylaw enforcement is the cost of legal. I'm anticipating 2023 year-end projection at 100,000 compared to 40,000 budget. I budgeted for 2024 of 50,000 for legal. That's being optimistic based on our current bylaw enforcement operations. So that 50 may be actually too low, but it's more than last year's budget of 40. And then when it comes to parking permits, we don't have the parking problems we had a couple of years ago with the pandemic. So our parking ticket revenues are about half of what we experienced just 2 years ago. Animal control,
One
fairly
moment.
consistent.
Actually, can I ask a question on the parking? I'm personally of the view that we're over the worst of it, and that maybe we have the ability of assessing whether or not all of the zones we created are appropriately sized, and maybe we can, thinking off the top of my head here, maybe we can reduce their size and reduce the amount of work for our parking people. So while we may reduce our revenue, we'll also reduce our expense for enforcing parking if we get a little more realistic about the size of those zones.
That's a fair comment, Mr. Mayor, because if you look at the 2023 budget for parking enforcement salaries, we had budgeted 30,000, and I'm anticipating 25 as a year end. So it will come in less than this year's budget, 2023 budget, and the number for 2024 is the percentage increase based on my year to date. I mean, after today, I could review this with the clerk, as bylaw enforcement is his responsibility, and see what his thoughts are on parking enforcement.
Well, yeah, and if we enforce at the same rate we have based on the number of no parking zones that we have and the size of those zones, these figures are probably fairly accurate and predictable. I'm just saying that for another day, we should maybe have a debate about what our priorities are in terms of bylaw enforcement, and I would suggest to you that parking is down the list now. It wasn't always down the list, but I think it's down the list by comparison to other activities. Go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to understand the salaries and benefits for bylaw versus salaries and benefits for parking enforcement. We do that to track it separately so we can see, okay.
Yes, the true cost of parking enforcement and bylaw.
Okay, and I do understand that we're having increase in salaries for bylaw because we're concentrating more efforts on bylaw enforcement. So that's gone up substantially from the projected year end, like 78,000 as opposed to 37,000. That's a big jump. Yeah? Line 110?
I echo that. What's the assumption there?
The ongoing increase in bylaw enforcement files.
Yeah.
We have our bylaw officers visiting sites. I mean, that's an area I could review again.
This is doubling from 2023. Okay.
And just furthermore to the comment that you were making, because I did ask that question myself, you know, like, is this a good investment, spending like, you know, $28,000 and we're making $10,000 back? I know it's not always about investment, it's about responding to, you know, public input about parking problems and things like that. But, you know, again, is the issue the same now as it was 3 years ago? So I think it is worth having another look at, so thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to discuss parking again, because the idea at the beginning, when everybody was coming from out of, to enjoy our beauty here, there was a whole bunch of parking tickets, and this was awesome. It offset, the income. It offset it. But by getting the additional bylaw officers to be doing things, because we did, right? We added half a guy at that time. We also appreciated that, they can be doing other things too, because the bylaws are really important. Let's look at all of our bylaws and let's follow our enforcement and so on. So we're gonna, I think we need to come up with a new way to look at it, and I'd like to revisit, because the parking thing, if you start taking the parking away, people have been enjoying not having people parked in front of their houses. Whether it's rural or whether it's in our subdivisions, people really like that. And I think it's kind of a little unreasonable, and we're gonna have to talk about our parks and everything. So if we're gonna bring parking back up again, I would like to package it also with the idea of the permit for the residents, which actually could be a nominal fee too, right? Which
Right.
would maybe give us a little money.
Just a simple little slip of paper.
Right. That you pay $5 for, like your dog thing, that you go come and pick up. Well,
If
no,
you don't
it's
have
20.
a tag on.
It's 20, but do you know what I mean? Like a nominal thing, so that there's an incentive, really. It's really that everybody, you're gonna use it, and so there can be monitoring of it, like it all just could be great.
And that's where some of the pressure is coming, is from our residents who would like to be able to park roadside in an appropriate spot. And I say that mindful of the fact that there are stretches of our gravel road where there's little or no shoulder, or the shoulder is very weak and impacted by people parking. So I think ultimately it's going to require a report from Public Works, as well as possibly from Fred, on the bylaw side of it, as to where we can safely contract the size of the parking zones without creating issues for us in terms of the soft shoulders and the repair work that needs to be done when those get damaged. And as well, the concept of having some kind of parking pass for our residents. I mean, if we were to shrink the long stretches of no parking zones that frankly are nowhere near anyone's house. I mean, there's a lot of that. I don't think they'd be missed, but yet they'd create an opportunity for our residents to park and go for a walk.
Excuse me, Your Worship, contracting as in making our parking areas
Smaller.
Smaller.
The no parking area is smaller.
So, unbeknownst to Matt, when I did do this, this was all part and parcel of what was submitted, and the zones that were acceptable were based on the safe areas, and Councillor Mengtalo did that. Second line would be one that could be expanded for sure.
Well, 25th Side Road as well.
Right on the hill of a bend, that area there at a T intersection has been, well, it could
Not
definitely
necessarily
come
that,
back,
but
but
I
it
mean,
was.
it goes a lot further than that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the council knows that Public Works identified that in those original, and Councillor Mengtalo actually walked them with.
Well, I know
with-
we did, and it was a good idea at the time. I'm just saying that at some point, maybe we should reconsider it. And find a way of contracting, as in reducing the length of some of those no parking zones, so that we are not impacting the work that's necessary by roads when those shoulders get damaged. I mean, I'd still be in favor of keeping no parking in areas where the shoulders are problematic.
That's fair. That's fair. If there is concerns from the residents, by all means, put them through to us.
Yeah, but we need to look at it more thoroughly and carefully, I think.
And that's fair.
In the meantime, I mean, leave the budget the way it is. I mean, if we change the priority of bylaw enforcement away from parking towards some other activity, it may not matter all that much, but one question less, and that is that there's no revenue stream indicated here for the convictions and monies flowing from provincial court activities. We have parking tickets, but we don't have the other bylaw charges, and they do generate money when there are convictions.
I guess for this year of 2023, I haven't seen any fines come in, and I wasn't really sure, like, how would you predict for next year?
Well, the report we get from Caledon is the overall fine revenue that accrues to the benefit of Mono.
So that would, I'm assuming that would be then part of the POA that,
That's correct.
yeah, so that would be up in the
shows up
previous
somewhere
page.
else, but you know, the amount of money we're spending on bylaw enforcement, which I think is justifiable, may look a little bit better if somebody looking at this particular page sees a line for POA fine revenue relative to bylaw convictions. But that's inclusive of Highway Traffic Act and everything else. Yeah. I would, but I wouldn't spend a lot of time on it for this purpose. Oh, yeah. So somebody is charged with a property standards or community standards infraction, and we get a conviction, and there's a fine assessed. That revenue comes to us, but it's not reflected on this page.
No.
It may be somewhere else. Page 6.
But of course, Your Worship, as you know, we don't have much control over whether we actually collect any of our POA Part 1 and Part 3 fines. So whatever it's rolled into the POA.
Whatever
directly.
we see is the tip of the iceberg of what is actually outstanding.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is reported in our POA revenues, but of course, it's not broken out.
It's not broken out.
Right? And we don't know which fines the province actually collected. Right. When a fine,
Yeah. Well, it's Caledon that collects the monies, and then they just give us a lump sum. And we don't know what's in the lump sum, how much is attributable to Highway Traffic Act fines, as an example, versus bylaw enforcement revenue. And again, it's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, Dufferin has something like $4 or $5 million in POA fine arrears as I speak.
So how does that open and transparent?
And over $1 billion province-wide. That's my soapbox for the moment. $1 billion, of which 200 million goes towards the victim surcharge expenditures that they are leaving on the table. Enough editorializing. Sorry, I cast a shadow over this whole thing. Go ahead, Les.
Okay, so page 10, good timing, is our police service. So you will see under police revenues, 1302 miscellaneous revenues, that 20,000, that actually are various fines that the OPP collects on our behalf. And then not that they remit it to us, but they take it off their bill. So I separate the bill, and then that's how much in revenues we do get through the OPP.
Yep.
If I look at the wonderful report that you give us at the end of, for tax purposes, it's nice to see that protection services is actually, it's less in our budget now than what it was, because it was 21.7%, now it's 18.1. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, and it's reflective of that dollar amount is based on a fairly complex formula that takes into consideration number of houses, number of people, number of calls to the OPP, and arguably it reflects a decline in police activity, which is probably a good thing.
Right.
And, you know, I hate to say a crime wave reversal.
But would some of this be countywide, Dufferin countywide, because of efficiency gains when Shelburne and Orangeville, you know, we now have one police force?
We benefit by the fact that there is a detachment now in Orangeville. There's no question about it. Whether that's the reason we've dropped in our dollar amount, I'm not sure. But we're definitely the beneficiaries of having two detachments, one in Mono, the other one in Orangeville nearby.
Page 11 is the administrative costs of Public Works. Page 12 is the budget page for the shop
Oh,
next door.
Councillor Magdalene has a question.
I'm sorry.
I just have it's just a general comment and question. I find a little difficulty when I'm looking at trying to figure out what the salaries of a department is when they're spread throughout many, many areas, such as we have salaries here, we have salaries under each of the items under transportation services, and I have the same concern with respect to recreation. It'd be nice to see one number, so I have an idea what the salary impact is of that whole department. I can do it. I can go through and add it all up, and then I get $300 or something like $300,000 or something like that for recreation, and I haven't done it for this. But just a comment would make it a little clearer. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess we've been budgeting and then allocating salaries by department and then by function within the department. So then council has an idea what the true cost of a particular function is for that department.
Salary at a certain $5,000, I recognize that there's a lot of labor involved in this. I don't know how large the activity actually is, but it doesn't really tell me a lot. Maybe I'm just a little slow.
No, to your comment, I often ask myself that question. What is the overall salary budget? And what does that represent in this in terms so that I know, well, I know, but when you're looking at the budget, you don't know. But I appreciate that you account for staff requirements for the functions and projects, because you have to separate, but it gets confusing about not
So
being able to
for
add it all up.
Kind of anticipating a question like this. So overall, the total payroll for Town of Mono anticipated for 2024 is 1.9 million.
Right.
So, and that includes the seasonal for the roads in the wintertime. That includes all the part-time caretakers that are in recreation. Basically, that's the total what's in our budget.
That's the total of what?
Total payroll for 2024, 1.9 million,
Total payroll, everybody.
across everybody.
Got it.
And
Thank
that number is, like you have pointed out, Councillor, slotted out in all the different little activities. But we purposely did that over the years to show you what is the true cost of that activity.
Yep.
And I'll support the way Les has been showing it. I like it this way.
Well, I like it too. However, it doesn't really tell me how many employees work in that department. You know, the recreation budget in particular is difficult for me to digest, because there's an employee component to each of the facilities, but it doesn't really tell me, you know, how many employees are we dealing with, how the assumption is made that Mono Center requires X number of dollars of an employee's time. Doesn't tell me whether they're full-time, part-time, how that whole thing is spread out. So I'm sort of with Ralph that maybe at some point we need to burrow down. I like the way of attributing costs to function, that's good, but we may need more information at some point. Melinda?
And
Thank
that
you.
information is available because we do know.
Yeah,
know,
I mean, it's
or-
all, it depends on how many pages do we want this to be? And I think that it underscores, for me, it underscores, particularly since I look at recreation fairly closely, that we have a very small staff, and all we're doing is spreading around their time in the various places. And I don't know how much the council needs on the individual, who that is, but, right, so if it was, right, but when there's only two
Numbers.
people in the, you're gonna know, so, but it is the information is there already, so I mean, just maybe to push.
Yeah, I mean, actually,
tally it.
recreation is a good example to use. Council, because you mentioned the 2 full-time staff in recreation. Well, those 2 full-time staff are also working across the parks as well. So a portion of their salaries are each in those lines for each individual park. Because I know Dave goes out, Dave Matkowski, goes out and inspects the parks for various things. There's things to do. And then he has, his assistant. So, I mean, it's a fair comment that 2 people we do know, they are spread across our entire budget. Well, not across the recreation budget. As an example, yes.
Well,
And then as a good example is like roads, for the public works crew, bulk of the salaries are between the equipment, labor for maintenance, and then the roadways, all the various activities that they do on the roads. You see on page 13.
Just to follow up, and maybe we'll then move on if we can. What I don't appreciate or understand is if you've got, for argument's sake, a department head, and then you have a series of attributable functions, is a part of the department head salary also included in those attributable salaries, or are those attributable salaries simply the people who are doing the maintenance, as an example?
For department heads, like the directors, their salaries are within their department, like under administration for that department.
Okay. So they aren't
Which may include also other staff as well,
They aren't also sort of being hived off and included in each one of the functions?
That is correct, they are not.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I think we're done page 11. Moving to page 12. As I mentioned, that's the cost of the shop next door.
That's 2029 when we replace the shop roof. Do we have to take the solar panels off? And then put them back on? Yeah, okay.
That's a
Is that
ye-
if?
ye-
Yeah.
yes, if they're worth put back on. I'm sorry, my mic was off. Because I think they'll be pretty close to the useful life in 2029. Okay, I have to look at.
Maybe Sean.
Page 13, as I mentioned, that's the operations of the roadway system in Mono, including various materials and supplies and crew salaries. So you could see on the bottom of that page, actually, the breakout between labor and material. If you go to notes to page 13, those are the capital projects that were presented to council last month, and we have them on this page, including reserve contributions.
Yeah. Can I ask that? Okay, Les, I know I'm slow on this. On the Public Works Capital, let me just ask on a couple of items. The Huron-Ontario Bridge, 900, without looking up at this, $900,000, but some of that is gas tax. How much is gas tax for that 900,000?
Actually, that 900,000, my
Notes to
understanding is a
page 13.
contribution to reserve for
Okay,
future
reserve.
builds, so there's no
But when
gas
we-
tax there.
When we build the bridge, some of it
There'd
can
be no gas tax,
There's no gas tax.
not in bridges. We use the gas tax for roadway construction and paving.
No gas tax
Now,
money in that.
if that bridge is going from a 1-lane to 2-lane,
Yes, yes,
or
I-
if it's
I know.
increased in capacity, we can allocate development charges to it.
I don't want to anticipate going too far here, but I'm going to make a suggestion at some point. I know our bridges are inspected every 2 years, and that bridge has an expected lifespan, and we probably have a big liability issue if we use that bridge beyond the lifespan. And we did do a survey of our residents to see if they wanted us to replace it, and they did. So now we sort of have to do it. But quite frankly, I think we could put up a sign on the bridge for the next year or two. Bridge closed. Yes, we will rebuild it when we have the financing, and just close the bridge. I'm just going to make that suggestion to save $900,000 being put into reserves this year. There would be 900,000 out of the 3.3 million we're looking for. No, just let me get through my list here. On Bridge 32, what's that, 175,000? How much gas tax in that?
It's a bridge, it's no gas tax.
No gas tax. Wonder how I got these,
That's a reserve contribution.
I know, but when we build
There
the
would be
bridge,
DC down the road.
and the same with Bridge 24, the 250,000?
Correct.
There will be no gas tax when we build those bridges. Somehow I misunderstood that when I had your public, maybe I misunderstood when you,
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Next, there's items with a single asterisk beside them are for DC charges, and the ones with 2 asterisks are for gas tax.
well, I wrote it down just the opposite, because
Yeah.
when I get the third line resurfacing, 120,000, I thought there was DC charges in that, but it's gas tax.
Correct.
Okay. How much of the third line resurfacing can be paid for out of gas tax?
I'm using 100%.
100%? Okay, just let me make a note of that, third line.
Now, while we're on the topic of gas tax, the project is Cedar Lane Shell Crescent. To complete that project next year, it's 700,000. But because we're financing the other roads with gas tax, we don't have enough gas tax to fund that 100%.
So is that going to be all tax money?
No, we're using 470 of gas tax. So you're using 230,
470 of gas tax?
so 230,000 tax dollars if
Okay,
you go ahead with that project in 2024.
okay. And the Purple Hill, we were going to put 250,000, just let me find that here. Oh, Purple Hill.
That's at the
where-
bottom of the page, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, $250,000. Is that, Matt, is that gas tax? DC? Or, no, it's gas tax. All of it?
No, that's a reserve contribution,
Okay,
but it'll be eligible for gas tax when we do the road,
when we do it.
when we do it,
But we still
yes.
need $250,000 of our own tax money in that reserve.
And when we did the first phase, half of it was financed by gas tax, the other half was reserves contributions.
Okay, I think those were the key ones I was worried about, or wondering about.
I might be, being optimistic about changes that might happen on Highway 10, because there is going to be some study done, yes?
Yes.
So a lot of the feedback from residents who lived on the road where the bridge is small, on here, Ontario, a lot of the complaints were that it's dangerous to pull out onto Highway 10 because there's no traffic light there. I would love it if we could push for a traffic light to be installed at that intersection at 10 and 10, is that correct?
Not at Camilla?
No, a 10 and 10, 10 and 10, because people south on here, Ontario here, would go north to 10 and go across, but it's dangerous. So I'm just thinking, is there an
It's more-
opportunity?
I think
I don't know.
we would be lucky to get one at Camilla. I think that would be their priority, as opposed to 10 and 10, and I think the traffic counts would justify Camilla, whereas 10 and 10, I don't think so. If
Okay,
I can
well-
offer a thought here, and I think the conclusion of this review is going to be that we send staff back to the drawing board to find some economies to bring down the potential increase. But I've had a lot of feedback on the Cedar Lane Shell Crescent issue, and there are just as many residents in there who do not want to see any work done whatsoever
Yeah.
as there are those who do, and frankly, it is one person who is agitating for paving in there.
Thank you. Well, I saw that too. So, and I was wondering, the question, I mean, when we decided that we would go ahead with doing it, I remember hearing that it made sense with respect to, yeah, with Public Works made sense. Can you refresh my memory as to what you
So
were
as
saying?
council will recall, they received a petition from the residents of Cedar Lane, which I believe was above the 60% in favor. So, small swing. I double-checked the names and the addresses, and they were the occupants of the housing. It was identified in the report that I submitted to council that the complaints were normal to living on a gravel road. Speeding is what it is. Gravel may slow it down, may speed it up, who knows. But with respect to the works, it was identified that the town has committed to similar works. Browns Road and Campbell Road were identical. Graders, Browns Road a little different because it was just some grading issues. Campbell Road was taking graders and gravel trucks and calcium trucks down Highway 10. And that was the support that Public Works had provided council with respect to Campbell and Shell, was the Airport Road and such, so.
Go ahead.
Can I just
Sorry.
just to follow up that, so then, so my recollection, so you were saying that it would be okay to do it, but it wasn't that Public Works was saying that this was a road that really definitely should be done, and it's a good thing the petition was brought.
Sorry, could you repeat that,
Well,
Councillor
is it
Davie?
something that, I mean, when we're trying to come up with economies, I would hate to have a bridge that we just put a sign up that says, don't use it because we can't afford to replace it or repair it, versus a road that is a small road that has a few residents that is, Public Works-wise, is working fine, and that you're able to maintain that road.
Great comments. So in all fairness, I think I'll transfer to Matt Donor now, taking it forward. We gave you the history, and now Matt will take it forward. Yeah, perfect.
Thanks, Councillor Davie. I think what Mike had done last year was it made sense to Public Works from an operational standpoint. We have a grader going down Airport Road. Airport Road gets busier and busier every year. It made sense for us to come forward with, the recommendation based on the requests that came in from the public and those roads. So I think that, aligned with that approach, what the public was looking for at that point, the homeowners on that stretch of road. So that's why we came forward with it. And, we've completed some design work with the town engineer. We've done some survey work. We've started the ball rolling based on last year's capital budget. And we're leaving it in council's hands to tell us if they want to proceed with it or not at this point.
Well, the question, I guess, for us, and this is a debate for, when we're trying to wrap things up, is does it still make $700,000 worth of sense? When we're trying to find appreciable sums to close the gap.
I hear you. Operationally, we can manage it like we always have, but it is or like I said, Airport Road is only getting busier. It is a big machine to go down the road and be backing out onto the highway. From that side of things, I think that's why I would personally support it. As far as the residents, like Mike said, we have a lot of gravel roads, 180 lane kilometers roughly. So they're center line kilometers. So we, it's a typical.
I can
complaint.
absolutely see the rationale for having it in there, but at the end of the day, we have to decide whether one project for the benefit of a small number of people is worth a 10% increase in our tax rate. Ralph, and then.
Thanks, Matt. You mentioned the grader as if we all understand what the implications are, but could you fill us in a little bit more? Is it a speed thing or just a backing out, or?
Like Mike said, it's typical of a gravel road complaint. Like the potholes, the graders go out there as per the road class. The road's classified as, a class 4 road based on volume and speed. So we do travel those roads. We attend to them as required, but the complaints are driven based on condition of the gravel roads, which is common with every other gravel road we have in the town of Mona.
I'm sorry, I didn't make myself clear. What is the issue with a grader on highway, on an airport road?
Safety.
No, is it speed or
Well, yeah, it's a large machine traveling down through. Do you know Shell and Cedar Lane are down in the valley?
No, I know it quite well, but is it limited to 30K or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, roughly, maybe even less. But as you kind of traverse onto the side roads and backing out, you have to grade out to the aprons of Airport Road, right?
Okay.
So the traffic's coming down through that section. There's buses, bus stops through that area. It's not ideal, but
Okay.
can we make it work? Absolutely. But it is a safety, from a safety
So I
standpoint.
suspect it's not the favorite assignment of one of your men.
Pardon me?
I suspect it's not the favorite assignment of one of your men to go
No,
up there.
no.
Thank you.
Fred, and then.
I was just going to suggest, and I know John doesn't agree with this, but the graveling we do every year, which is $600,000, and I know we got a good plan, we're doing the whole municipality section by section. Would the sky fall in if we just didn't do it for 1 year? Okay, see, he said no, it wouldn't fall in. So I just put that out there that given that we're looking for $3.3 million, we could simply not do any gravel, like any gravel overlay next year, that new gravel we're buying, $600,000 we'd save. Okay? What don't you understand?
No, I'm listening to you and letting you finish.
Okay.
Because I was still gonna talk about Cedar Lane.
Okay.
He's still talking about Cedar Lane.
Well, I'm talking about the whole municipality.
No, he's not. Cedar Lane itself doesn't cost 600
let's
grand
go
to
back to
gravel
Cedar
for the
Lane
year.
and
My
we got
road
the-
needs it. Everybody's road needs maintenance on it.
Let's go back to Cedar.
So, just to finish up on Cedar Lane, which is a 700,000, and to be clear while we're talking, that this list here is not that we're gonna have to do it this year. These are contributions for a big ticket item that is coming, right? It's coming to pave ultimately, to probably pave all of our 72 kilometers when our great-grandchildren are whatever. It's probably coming, right? So contributions for things are beneficial for everybody, huh?
This isn't a
So,
contribution.
right, the 700 is asking for money to be put into the reserve.
No, it's an actual expenditure. It's an expenditure.
Did we put in, to which we only put 100 last year? So we're coming up with, so the number here is 6 that we're looking for?
So it is still 700. But just to point out, if you take out the 700, you're not taking out 700,000. It's offset by a gas tax of, yes, so it's a $230,000 saving. Because there wasn't enough gas tax projected to fund the project 100%. But then it would free up that gas tax.
For something else that
Something
has
else.
to be happened. So it doesn't so where I was going though was, so even if I had the numbers wrong, that it's not necessarily off the table because we did have, I mean, when you say the swing, we did have a petition with a lot of people on the street who wanted, and now we've had a lot of
Sorry.
noise. I'm sorry.
Remind everyone, our cutoff is 1 o'clock, so at some point, we'll have to call it a day and defer other items on the agenda unless we still have a quorum.
Right, but I still can't finish on this one before we go
Go ahead.
because
Go
I'm
ahead,
clearly
and then
not
Ralph.
clear on it. So if we, because we're wanting to cut things, right, Fred? That's what you're doing, and having conversations when I'm trying to get organized and thinking about things, is to actually cut things. But, okay, but the total needs to be cut, but do items fully need to be cut, or should things be lowered a bit so that there still is money there for the future?
Before Ralph speaks, I think what we're trying to do is identify for staff some of the areas of concern that we individually have. Now, we might not all agree that Cedar Lane is something worthy of deferring
Right.
or doing. But this will, hopefully this discussion will give staff some indication of where they can look to find the dollars necessary to bring this budget down to an
The
acceptable
3.3 million.
level. Yeah.
Right.
So Your Honor, you've mentioned that we'd like to send this back to Les and the staff and ask them to trim it to get us down to the 3.9. I think that's the direction we're going. And Les has offered us some options. He listed 4 options there, and I think we should discuss those and so that they have a sense of what options we're interested in. Are we interested in decreasing the reserve contributions, or would we rather delay or phase in capital projects, or a mixture of those? And I think that's we should have that conversation.
They had one other option that they heard, and I would agree with it, but I think we should raise the 3.9% to 5%, but you're going to say that's reconsideration. But however,
Can't do it in the same meeting.
No, that's an option too. In fact, if we didn't, we carried on with the budget as 3,300,000. My calculation is we could do it with a 40% tax increase.
I don't think I could go that high.
No?
No.
I got less this tomorrow.
Okay, we have a limited number of minutes left. Fred, you need to leave us. Ralph, are you also on a clock?
I'm a chauffeur.
He's the chauffeur. Okay, so that leaves 3 of us. I don't want to go into budget discussions with just 3 of the 5 of us. Maybe we can complete the rest of the agenda. Elaine?
Maybe to answer what Councillor Magdala was talking about is, we don't have time to discuss that slide that says what our options are, but there are 3 options that are on there about phasing things in or reducing contributions to reserves or other purpose reserves. I mean, I think staff know the town well enough that they can go back with those 3 options to consider about their own budgets and come back. And don't talk about that except a higher inflationary rate at this point, but I think that's,
Well, and could I put on the table, so I didn't mean to cut you off there,
it's
Megan.
okay.
There's one option you didn't put on there, Les, which is it possible to borrow, to borrow the money and spread those costs out over the future when we may be not having a bridge to replace or a road to pave? I mean, I know by borrowing money, yes, we're gonna have to pay interest, and that's gonna constrain us on future budgets, but maybe it could get us through this year. Have you at least looked at that option?
I think this discussion was held before when it comes to financing the bridges. The time to borrow is when you actually need to build the bridge, because you can only borrow on capital, on infrastructure. I mean, you don't borrow just to fund operating. The province does, but we don't. So if you wanted to delay any reserve contributions, and then now you have to build that bridge, you need $2 million. I'm just throwing a number out. You need $2 million, and then you borrow $2 million at that time.
And that could reduce some of our reserve contributions this year for some of those bridges.
It can, yes.
So historically, we've done 2 things, as long as I can remember. That is, not make contributions to reserves as requested. In other words, we roll that back to only the absolute necessary contributions to reserves. I can identify a number if you wish. And the other thing is defer certain capital works. We've done it every single year. And we've done it to keep the budget increase and the tax increase to something sensible and justifiable to the public. So I think when this goes back to you, you know, it's not like this is new stuff. You've done it all the time, and maybe not happy about it, but yes.
Thank you, exactly, but each year it gets to be more and more. So it's kind of, it's kind of like, how big does it get until you, I guess you're obligated then to borrow because you can't cut back because
be.
the bridges do come up and so on, right? Is that what happens? Is that what happens?
It could be.
I think Councillor makes a good point, because at some point, you have to have a tax levy bigger than the 3.9, because our hole's getting deeper, or we have less reserves. So more we delay contributing to reserves, the bigger the borrow, I guess, lack of a better word.
And that's the whole thing about the borrowing, right? I mean, the reason why the world is in the way it is now was because the borrowing costs were so low. Yeah, borrow, it's free money. Whereas as it stays high, you may even have a hole that's so big and a list of things to do that your borrowing may be something that you also are having difficulty even just carrying. Hence, you know, bankruptcy protection.
We
Well,
have,
that's another good point. I mean, once you borrow, now you have those annual costs you now have to pay. There's no choice in cutting that payment. You're now paying debt service charges.
but, you know, historically, Mono has never borrowed. I don't think ever once. But also historically, we've also had a good revenue stream from the province in the form of grants. And we've seen what the reduction is for simply 2 years. I'd say if you went back 5 years, it would be even more deplorable.
Well, at one time, the province used to fund our OPP,
Well, and that too,
yeah.
and that too. And what they gave us to fund the OPP is a POA stream hugely compromised by the fact that people don't pay their fines.
But, okay, so, but even even Ontario, the higher governments, still, the money all just comes from us, so that it was more that it was spread out amongst the whole province, right? Like at the moment, it's only these 9,000 people that are contributing versus when the government was giving us money, it was the 25 million or whatever is in Ontario.
Yeah, no, that's so true. Well, no, but but, you know, I would feel reluctant to get too much further into the budget with the two of you gone. Because we'll have to replay it for the benefit of Ralph but I think what we can do is complete the balance of the agenda.
Yes, schedule.
And then return to the budget when we can get back to the budget.
So we're having lunch now. Right.
So why don't we do that? So let's adjourn for lunch.
30 minutes, 20 minutes?
Let's say 20 minutes.
So, is there any plan for a special meeting before the 24th,
I think we'll have to talk about that.
when we get back? Okay.
So Ralph and Fred, we're gonna have to do a special meeting to wrap this up, I think.
After what?
So we'll canvass.
Didn't hear you.
Special meeting to wrap this up, the budget. We do every year.
So, Andrew, we can go into recess now, please. 9:30.
We are back live.
Thank you, and good afternoon. We are going to jump from the budget discussions to Schedule A. No, I think we're
Yeah,
just-
yeah, no, actually, Your Worship, we do need
A
a
motion to
motion that
extend.
we extend the meeting beyond 1 PM.
Okay, do I have a mover for that motion? Councillor Capes, Councillor Davie, seconds. Any opposed? No one's opposed. So I think the idea would be that we will complete the budget flyover review, high level, when we have our colleagues back with us. However, if I can be permitted to say, my hunch is that we're going to ask staff to go back and review the draft budget from the standpoint of contributions to reserves and deferrable capital expenditures, as we have most years that I've been involved in any budget discussion, to see whether or not we can reduce the anticipated increase. I don't think it's unfair to say that in the absence of my two colleagues.
Thank you, Mayor. No, except that for that to be really fruitful for the staff to really be able to do that, we need to have gone through the first whack at it, do we not? So are we going to have a special meeting?
Well, I think we'll have to have a special meeting, but what I'm suggesting is that maybe Les and staff can make a start in anticipation that we are going to go down the road that we've traditionally navigated at this time of year. So, Fred, any suggestions on a special meeting, or?
That was where I was gonna go. Is council thinking of a special meeting between now and the 28th, or post the 28th, which is our next regular?
Well, I think Ralph is away as of tomorrow. Well, we do and we don't. I mean, Les has a good timeline, but that was going to be one of my questions, is what's the drop dead date for approving the budget? It's May. It's May, yeah.
Well, I don't need a final tax rate till like May or June. So
That's right.
because the final tax bill goes out at the end of July. But we've always, other than in an election year, this past 2023 budget was different. But it's nice to get a budget passed before Christmas. Then we can move on to new business in 2024. And it does help Public Works and Recreation. If they know what their budget is, they then can release the RFPs or tenders or whatever.
I don't have an issue with it, but I think we'll need to canvass potential dates.
So,
Okay, Fred? Fred?
and we do have a special meeting scheduled for December 19th, Tuesday, December 19th. Right, that's, so I will send out an email to council soliciting available dates
We're gonna avoid
for potential, at this point, strictly potential special meetings, in addition to the one on the 19th. You're not, I'm sorry, I thought you said you were. Okay, okay.
So remember, if we resume the discussion on the budget and further identify things that we think we can live without this year, that's not concluding the budget deliberations at the next meeting. It's probably calling for yet another meeting. Les?
Like in the past, we've always had we've held the special meeting just for budget prior to the next regular council meeting. So my thoughts were a special meeting next week, and then on the 28th, we have the package that council presents to the public. Now, that might be aggressive, but that's kind of how it's worked in the past. But even then, we can still have the special meeting next week and then have a final discussion on the 28th. So the meeting in December, we have a package to pass.
Makes sense to me. So- Okay.
Would your worship, would you consider the first year of January for passing the budget? No, we don't have quorum.
I would.
Because you got planning meetings. Yeah.
Well, we only lose quorum when somebody calls for quorum.
So council definitely has a lot of meetings in the next, you got November 28th.
14, 28, 12, 19.
Okay, we've got to be able to.
And you have a planning meeting, planning committee on the 7th. Yes.
Yes.
So if you stick to the schedule and just look at January 1st, or the first meeting in January as passing, unless, are you available? Yeah, so then you're not adding an extra meeting to your schedule.
That's,
I'm not sure of the council schedule yet, but yeah, it'd be the second Tuesday of January. You'd be done all your normal meetings, and who knows, maybe by the 19th, you might be ready.
okay. Well, let's put that out by way of an email to everyone so they can then confirm availability, including Ralph and Fred.
What do you mean, confirm availability for what? We're just gonna add.
Or just confirm that this is what we're suggesting. Are they good with it?
Extend the budget timetable to January 9th for approving the final budget.
Yeah.
Perfect. I got it.
I've seen bigger delays than that.
Oh, right, but I mean, right.
And that's assuming council isn't in a position to approve it on the special meeting on the 19th of December.
Okay. So we have a fallback.
Because you already have a meeting scheduled.
Okay.
The second one,
Budget and planning.
No, I don't think so. That's, too much. No, it's not that.
So we're requesting that they bring back changes on the 28th, or are we just going to continue talking about it on the 28th?
Well, I think there's been a suggestion that we continue talking about it because they're not
I suggest we
here to-
continue talking about it
Yeah.
because we're only halfway through it.
Yeah.
that would allow us to bring back any, you could give direction that night. And
Yeah.
bring back changes for the 12th
Right.
with potential for.
Dave, did you have something?
After Mike's done, so I mean, just bear in mind that the what I'm calling large houses on rural lots, monster homes, we'll be looking at 2 amendments as part of the public meeting, right? For official plan policy and a zoning bylaw.
Okay.
Just, so there may be some discussion of, particularly on the zoning bylaw.
Okay. All right.
And
Yeah. and
if I may, Mr. Mayor, if you're
Yeah.
having the meeting on the 19th anyways in December, if there's time, you could probably approve the budget that day as well. Because hopefully by that first meeting in December, we'll have,
If we can, I think
If we can.
we just have that January in reserve if we can't
Yes.
get around to it. Okay. Schedule A, Anything on Schedule A that anyone wants to raise? Yes.
So, I was looking at the Shelburne Public Library minutes. I noticed that.
Excuse me, Councillor Capes?
Thank you.
Thank you. I was looking at number 8, the Shelburne Public Library Board minutes, which are from June, which seems a long time ago. But I noticed that Sharon Martin didn't attend. I'm sure she's been to a meeting since, and I was wondering if we don't invite her to come to a council meeting and present to us about what's going on in the Shelburne Library Board, so that we have a report from her, because she's our delegated representative. That's one thought.
It's a good idea.
Number 15, again, there are quite a few things that come up on here that I would like to support. I mean, supporting Bill 21, till death do us part, to keep couples together so that they're not separated, which just adds to all their anxiety and anguish when they're, suffering anyway. I would like to have a motion to support that letter. I don't want to bring a whole motion with why we need to do that. I just thought it would be
I'll support a motion that we support.
a letter from us saying we support
Yeah.
that motion. Number 17. I mean, really, how are we going to get away from the fact that the Act says we need to have paper distribution of something when paper's not going to exist anymore, newspapers are disappearing. So to ask the province to update that Act to include digital publication, I think is like a no-brainer. I don't know why they didn't figure that out, but anyway, we could probably support that.
Is there you're a mover? Do we have a seconder to a motion to support that?
Sure, I can move it so we can discuss it, I guess.
Fred,
Just
you
to
had your hand.
reiterate that, that there needs to be a change, no?
Fred?
So, sorry, there is a proposal by Councillor Capes that council pass a motion to support Bill 21,
Yes.
the Long-Term Care Act. I'm not sure if we've moved past that one or we're still on that one.
Okay, sorry, I didn't call the vote on that.
Well, so first of all, we do need a motion. So that
So
council
Council-
for the town of Mono supports Bill 21 Long-Term Care Amendment Act.
Right, and it's moved by Councillor Capes, and I seconded it.
Okay.
Any opposition?
So that's one. And the other one was the Legislation Act. So again, would a resolution along the same lines, i.e. that council for the town of Mono support the amendment, support an amendment to the Legislation Act 2206. That one probably needs a little bit more to it. Specifically, that's a huge piece of legislation. That's got to be an 8,000 word piece of legislation.
Support inclusion of digital publication.
So that, council for the town of Mono. Advocates that council for the town of Mono recommends that the province amend the Legislation Act 2026 to alter the definition of newspaper to include digital publication. Does that work?
Yep. Councillor Davie, would you like to
I'll
second that?
also move that.
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you. I'm frankly surprised that they haven't made this change already, given COVID and given, you know, you know, what they're doing in the courts and elsewhere in their processes. It's astonishing to me.
Well, that's what I mean, we were supposing, we're supposing that this resolution from this other municipality looked into that and found out that it wasn't. Like, I find it really hard to believe that it hasn't been already addressed.
Wouldn't surprise me, but
That it hasn't been addressed?
yeah.
All right.
If you'll, if council will note that there was another item on Schedule A, which was an amendment to the NEC Act specifically to remove the requirement of publishing notices in newspapers.
I know.
So
Fascinating.
it's being tackled act by act as opposed to through the Legislation Act.
Number 18. The training on water and water treatment be a flexible, affordable. And I love their suggestion that it goes through Contact North for those types of things. That, you know, we need people to be trained adequately, and so the training should be very easy to obtain. Like, I read this and went, yeah, well, they can't get training because it's not available to them, so.
Do you have information on training?
I'm assuming this is the distance
Mhm.
to the training. And they are required to do it, so to move the training closer to the locations would definitely make sense, or provide subsidies for travel and accommodations for northern Ontario towns.
Mm.
So the expectation now is that they travel to Walkerton for their training?
Doesn't say.
I don't know if that's the portal for Ontario training, but it's the only one I'm aware of. It's the only one I'm aware of. But there are, yeah, sounds like something
I mean, I would just like to support their call for help in terms of asking the province to make sure that there was water treatment training opportunities for their community, which just sounds ludicrous that they have to ask, but that it needs to be flexible and affordable, and they make a good suggestion about using networks that already exist. So,
Unless you feel like seconding, I'm happy to second that.
yeah,
Yeah.
so everybody should have.
Wonder why they're not doing it.
When we talk about equity, there should be access, so, anyway, I think that's crazy, but,
Your Worship?
yeah.
If I may recommend the following resolution on the Rainy River topic, that Council for the Town of Mono supports and endorses the Township of Rainy River's resolution regarding water treatment training.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Awesome. And then the last one, number 19. First, when I looked at the title, I went, oh, cigarette producer responsibility, what are they getting at here? But when you read that whole thing, it might be something that we support as one of our climate and environmental actions, is to support this, because if it's in the top 5 microplastics in our drinking water, like that's bad. And so that, all of these cigarette butts are out there, cigarette filters are out there, and they're in the top 5 of the microplastics that are in water, yeah, we should, you know, as an action for our climate action, support this with a letter to call responsibility on the cigarette makers.
So we can pass a resolution similar to the one on Rainy River, which I want to remind your worship, we haven't got a mover or seconder and passed yet. Do we want to
Sorry.
knock that one off and then jump to this one?
Sure. So Rainy River,
Great.
I'll move that.
And I'll second, and, okay. Right.
Just getting ready for the next one.
Sort of did, didn't
Okay, yeah, I know. Okay, so a similar resolution then that Council for Town of Mono supports, and I have to look at the municipality of the Archipelago's resolution calling for cigarette producer responsibility.
Yeah.
Lynn?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I read this with interest too, because it really bugs me that there's cigarette butts on the ground. If any service people come to my house and they're, you know, they're outside smoking or whatever out of their truck, and then they leave and I'm in the garden and I find the butt, like, it really bothers me. But is it the responsibility of the cigarette manufacturers, or is it the responsibility of the people who still in this world today smoke?
Good question. However, I think the cigarette manufacturers need to find something that's biodegradable as opposed to something that's plastic that will end up in the water supply. So they're responsible.
Does it end up in the water supply because it's littered, right? And then they go down into the storm water, because everybody flicks them out of their cars and stuff too, right? It's more, would it be, like, has anybody ever seen anybody collect their, like, smoke and keep them to put in the appropriate garbage, right? Like, it doesn't happen. But anyway, sure, I'll support, but it made me think even more, because it has been a little bit of a pet peeve of mine over the last few years, particularly since I'm now an ex-smoker, right?
And how it gets there, you know, there's probably a litany of how many routes it takes to get there, but nevertheless, it's in the water system.
Okay.
So we have a mover and Councillor.
Seconder, any opposition? Seeing none, it passes.
Again, I don't know what these things do. Well, it's just a voice of showing support, so thank you very much.
Hopefully, when they see our long, windy motions, they'll support us.
Well, okay, there's especially.
Exactly. Hey, that could take off. Anything else on Schedule A? Thank you. And I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda. Mover, Melinda, seconded by Councillor Capes. No opposition. Reports of members of council. Does anyone have anything to report? Councillor Capes? Okay.
Just again, we had another meeting. We went for a long period of time with no meetings for the 236 First Street. And now there's been a couple of meetings that have happened. So I made a comment last meeting, and then again at this meeting we've had one. It's coming along well, and really hoping that in the new year there'll be an open house and some new people moving in. So it's happening, and it's going to be great.
I have one report, and I'll deliver it on behalf of Fred and myself. There's a move afoot at County Council. In fact, it's already been scheduled to have a discussion about duplication of services and government structure and that kind of thing. The councillor who's pushing it, I suspect, is in favor of a single-tier approach. And a number of us would like to see a discussion of duplication of effort. I've singled out the area of tourism, which is of concern to me, because we have Orangeville with its own tourism department. We've got the county with tourism department. We've got the Board of Trade with a tourism function on behalf of their members. And it strikes me that a whole lot of effort is going into a topic with not a lot of focus as to what we're looking to get out of that effort. So I don't have a problem with the discussion. I do if it starts venturing into areas about, well, we've got too many politicians, we're wasting money on them, we should have one single tier government, and you know, we're right back to the 1980s, and I think that would be unfortunate. So I just want to say, you know, unless otherwise directed, I'm going to try and stick to the issues of duplication of effort and services by the local tier versus the county tier.
So it wasn't that they wanted to get rid of the upper tier level of government?
Oh, no, it never is. It never is.
No, amalgamate us all into that, right?
That's right. And you know, we back in the day, we called it the City of Dufferin. And we were all going to be subsumed by this, and we were going to save a whole bunch of money. And what regionalization showed us was that there's not a lot of money to be saved, and there's a huge sacrifice of public accountability. You know, increase in public salaries and everything else associated with the regionalization of various places. And now we see in Caledon, at least, and Peel, they're unwinding the whole thing. And no one knows how that's going to settle. So there we are. And, you know, we've also, I think, come to the conclusion, I know Fred has, that not a lot's going to get done during this discussion. I don't think we're going to come to any conclusions. And somebody at County Council said, well, why don't we get a facilitator in? And of course, everybody cringed at the idea that we were going to turn this thing into a, you know, something that was being held for an hour in advance of a regularly scheduled County Council meeting, that we would get you know, somebody in as a, quote, facilitator. And I think it was agreed that if we come to the conclusion at the end of that hour that the discussion should continue, that maybe that's something we look at, but we don't look at it in the first instance until we find out what everybody's trying to get out of that process.
Oh, you mean that it was felt that it was like a mediator facilitator?
A referee probably
Yeah.
would be more like it. You know, and I've been in many of those, and I can tell you, I don't think it would assist, but I think that I think there's enough people concerned about the county's duplication of some services and our own duplication of services with other municipalities, that if we simply tackled a few of those issues and made some resolutions to address them, that would be a valuable exercise. But I don't think you're going to get everybody on that council agreeing to a single tier.
A question, because I thought I heard this, but I'm not sure. At the county level, was it passed that we were going to download roads to the municipalities?
The roads report was adopted by county, and I talked to Mike extensively about County Road 8, Mono Center Road, and there are both pros and cons to us assuming that road, but the most, and that's really the only impact of that particular study, has to do with the road outside Town Hall. But the one thing that has to be negotiated are the terms and conditions under which that transfer to our responsibility occurs. We have a couple of options. One is that they fix it up and then pass it on to us. The other is that they give us a sum of money sufficient that we fix it up on our own terms and conditions. And I think, Mike, I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, and Matt, you're probably, you know, you're alive to this as well, that we would prefer to get money and we do it ourselves.
But it's ours.
According to the adoption of the study at the county, the answer would be yes. But how soon?
But we still need to sign an agreement.
We still need to sign an agreement. We need to sign something that specifies the terms and conditions.
Yes, 100%. Definitely the steps moving towards it potentially being ours, but I don't think it's in stone that it's downloaded.
Not yet.
Right.
Les?
Just wondering, Mr. Mayor, is there an option for both options? They fix it up, download it to us, and give us some reserve funds for some future repairs that might come up that they don't think of.
Well, or the
I
third,
mean-
the third option, which I like even more, is they give us money to fix it up and give us money for a reserve.
Yeah, or give it to us
Yeah.
fixed up and then give us money on top of
But
it.
I don't think we want them to fix it up. I think we want to have control over that process. So there's a difference between them fixing it up and, yeah, exactly. So I think we can be mindful of that as those discussions occur. I don't think it's going to happen immediately. The reason they wanted to address that road needs study was so that in long-term planning, they're not setting aside money for something that is not going to be their responsibility in, say, 3-4 years. And at the same time, they are assuming other roads in Dufferin County, municipal roads, that perform a county road function. So they want to be setting aside money for those. No, unfortunately not.
Can I ask a question? If we take out the middleman then with the intersection at Camilla, i.e. there's not the county, and we're asking our residents on both sides of that intersection, or all 4 sides of that intersection are asking for a stoplight, does that give us any better chance with the province to get a stoplight there?
That's a really good question, and I think it may give us some more leverage. Mike, do you have any experience with that as to whether it would strengthen our case?
I think that would be fair, that we would be the direct road, but they've never really distinguished in their response to us that it was a county road. But because we have 15 Side Road on the other side, right?
Yeah.
So, but still the province, right?
Yeah, they've never credited the argument for a light with the fact that it is a county road. They basically assume it's their choice and their decision.
I would almost be cautious that of the other direction. It's not a county road anymore, so it's not as impactful, right? County roads have more traffic. It's being downloaded to a municipal level, so I would be cautious of it going the other way.
So the roads needs study was very interesting because it had certain criteria which was objective to determine whether or not a particular road was performing a county road function, and it had to do with such things as connecting with other county roads at one end or the other, the traffic volumes, truck volumes, and various measurements that were being applied to Dufferin Road 8, whether it was performing a shortcut function in terms of going a shortcut for trucks, as an example, which I think we can say it is now. I mean, there's no question the truck traffic has increased on that road. And I argued quite strenuously that they were a little premature in dismissing that road as a local road, that it was in fact performing a county road function. I didn't get very far with that argument. They claimed that I was going to say ridership, it's not a subway, that the number of vehicles on that roadway didn't justify it as a county road. They seem to deny the fact that it connects Highway 10 to ultimately Airport Road, and then from Airport Road through to the county of Simcoe road system. That didn't sort of faze them very much. You know, so I did make an effort to try and convince the county to keep it, and they were determined to offload it.
But I mean, even though it does the connecting and everything, it's got such crazy turns in it and goes right through a hamlet with very narrow roads. Like, should be a quieter street. And we have residents on every single part of it that say, you know, people go too fast.
Well, and that's a good point, because the fact that it has curves and winds and goes through a hamlet, that all went to the credit of it being a local road. The one thing is that if it is a local road, we can be more reactive and more responsive to the concerns of our residents in terms of speeding and other things that occur. I mean, you know, arguably we could have a say in the truck movements on that road, which we don't now. And I can attest to the fact that there are large trucks using that road on a daily basis.
Your worship, just to sort of maybe bring that one together, Matt will be working on the road needs study, which will probably start to evaluate that. But Matt and I should bring back to council what this really means, what the county did, what the county really did the other day with the approval of that, and we'll try and get some information for you on what the steps and process is looking like moving forward.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay. Staff reports. Who wants to go first? Dave, you jumped up on that.
Okay, I'll go first. Okay, so a bit of an update news. We have received an offer from an individual accepting the position for a replacement planning assistant. So Mr. Luke and I are going to be going over that and responding per our requirements for that. And with any with all that in mind, we have a start date in short order. I won't identify right now because that could be changing, but as soon as possible, frankly. Other than that, I mean, I'm not going to reiterate the meetings coming up for Roxborough. I mean, you're aware of those. And beyond that, we have committee adjustment on the 30th of November. We'll have more coming forward for the new year as well. The only other thing I should add is that every town planner, I think, across the province is waiting to see what the outcome of the updated provincial policy statement and consolidation with the growth plan is going to roll out as. And the newly coined term is the provincial planning statement. So it changes the word policy to planning by twinning the two previous documents, policy documents, one being the growth plan, the other being the overarching land use PPS. One of the items in it, there are many items in there, of course, but one of them is that there was an understanding, or so it seemed, that rural lot severages were going to be removed. And that came out of Bill 97 review, and with some backlash from proponent stakeholder groups such as OFA, Ontario Federation of Agriculture, were vehemently opposed to that for reasons I won't go into. All the reasons that held merit in their view for, you know, minimizing, not increasing rural land fragmentation. That provision is still, it was put back in or remained in somehow in the ongoing review between the second, I think what is the first and second reading of this draft PSS, provincial planning statement, PPS. Sorry, same thing, same acronym, but different word. And that will have to get some assessment by all relevant municipalities that are impacted. So certainly not the urban ones, they have their own challenges under much of this provincial policy and regulatory frameworks changes that have happened. But it could be quite dramatic for rural areas. I'll summarize by simply saying that Dr. Wayne Caldwell, who's a preeminent rural planner professor at University of Guelph School of Planning, estimated in his view there could be upwards to 500,000 new lots across southern Ontario. So that's rather significant. Once I hear more and know more based on final reading and royal assent, then we'll know more to bring forward to council as a report.
I thought they backed off some of that.
So there was a letter from the previous minister, I think it was a previous minister, Clark, in response to a lot of the outcry, OFA included, that he would reconsider a look at that. I don't have the letter in front of me. I can't refer to it verbatim. But it appears that it somehow managed to just got into a different bin, a G bin. So that's where it stands right now. I actually reached out to a few of the other planners in Dufferin County, and I thought, am I missing something here? I said, no, you got this right. We all thought that it was going to be taken out and left out, but there still seems to be consideration for keeping it in. It may yet come out, but at this point it's in third reading, as I understand it, for the new pending provincial planning statement.
That is very interesting, because I attended the Ontario Farmland Trust webinar just a week ago, and they were talking about make sure you stand up for land protection and making sure zoning is what it is to protect lands and all of these kinds of things. And they were talking about that and saying, like, that was removed because the agricultural farming community was against it. And so it was removed. So they even think that it's not in there, which is interesting.
Well, unless my eyes are failing me, it's in the current draft under section 433, I think.
Right, so that's scary that we don't even really know what's in there and people think it's gone.
Agreed.
So then, what can be done then, knowing this? I mean, the last time something was over, the greenbelt got taken out because there was so much, but it became it was the overarching discussion when there were so many things in the last two pieces of legislation that were unsavory for rural communities, right? So what is there anything that's possible to do? One of these letters.
I think at this point, I'm going to just keep reading and see where the assessment is on the reading. I know it's going to, well, I guess it's past standing committee at this point, so it will be a final, as part of the final third reading. And if it's still in there, then I guess that begs some kind of report for committee first, by protocol, and then council.
Dave, what's the legislation called again?
So it's the consolidation of the provincial policy statement, PPS, with the growth plan.
Okay.
To be called provincial planning statement.
Okay, but that's not the Act's name. If I were to go to Legislative Assembly and look up the Act and where it's at?
Correct. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Could you send that to me?
Sure, I will.
Out of curiosity, thank
Yeah.
you. And if the professor you cited is the same person I think it is, he made a presentation to Dufferin County Council, and it was very, very compelling. I mean, it had us all shaking in terms of rural impact. And I mean, he was looking at it not from the standpoint of how much farmland could be sacrificed to this. He was looking at the tension it would create between the people who are occupying these new lots and the adjacent agricultural uses, and the problem of setback from barns and manure storage and everything else like that. And it basically sterilizes that much more land because of the proximity of residential housing to farming activities, and in particular intense farming activities.
Yeah, if the MDS policy provisions through AMAFRA, the Minister of Agriculture, still remain,
Yes.
then it would put an encumbrance on certainly livestock farmers who want to put another livestock barn, and now they can't because there's three
a row
more
of houses out there.
residential lots in front of them here, here, and here.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, I don't know is if there's a minimum lot size. If there was have to be, I can't believe it would be 3 acres, meaning 3 divided by 3 acres into 3 1-acre lots, which is typically a threshold size under building code review for septic systems, right? It may be bigger than that, but how big I do not know. Of course, the other aspect is it's targeted to agricultural areas, which are typically including class 4 to 7 soils, in addition to class 1 to 3 soils.
So the original speculation when this was first rolled out was that it was the government's way of making farmers who wanted to sell lots really, really happy and quite wealthy. And it actually blew up in their face because a lot of people in the agricultural community said, I'm not looking to make those kind of dollars. I'd rather preserve agriculture than sacrifice it through something as goofy as this. It really did backfire. So, I mean, I have a feeling that I'm willing to bet not a lot of people know. Yeah. Okay. So, anything else? Any other good news?
Dave, you done? You good? Matt, you good?
Just briefly, the temporary public works posting closed last Friday, the 10th. It was received pretty well. We're starting with interviews tomorrow, so hopefully we have somebody in. Amanda's last day is the 24th, so next Friday. So hopefully there's not too much of a gap there. Yeah. So. And just to further what Les had mentioned earlier, we do have a couple graders down right now, one more significant than the other. So hoping within the next couple weeks that they'll both be back online. One will be hopefully this week, the other one probably next week. So.
Any questions? Les, you don't have anything to report, do you?
So Roma Conference is on for again next year in January. Similar dates as last year, January 21st to the 23rd, down at the Sheridan Centre in Toronto again. I bring this up because the deadline to request a delegation is November 20th. So that's less than a week away. Obviously, I think Council has seen that there's upgrades been made to Council chambers, and we're working through with new systems, but looks very promising that the upgrades are going to meet and exceed some of the issues and solve the issues that we had.
It's impressive.
And finally, while I know the planner mentioned it, I just want to quickly remind Council there's for the second line lands zoning bylaw amendment and plan of subdivision. The committee is holding their meeting on December 7th at 7 p.m. On the December 12th council meeting, that will be the statutory public meeting. Council asked that that meeting get shifted to an evening meeting, so that'll be at 7 p.m. Statutory public starting at 7:15. And we have a special council meeting slated for Tuesday, December 19th, 9 a.m. And the second line application will be on that, along with anything else that goes on that special meeting.
Can you send us all an email just reminding us of all those dates and times?
I certainly can, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Unless you prefer a link to this meeting.
I just want to make a caveat to what Fred has just stated, and that is that, of course, the planning committee meeting is open to the public, always has been. The statutory public meeting is for that purpose. And anyone who's listening today, and it will perhaps be in the notice or other information, is that if anyone has comments, whether they can make the meetings or not, that they really should be submitted per the regulation through to the statutory public meeting. It's not to say people can't make comments written at the planning committee meeting, but if they have material comments, they have to make sure that they get them also, or more importantly, through to the statutory public meeting venue or leading up to it, to be in the body of comments that go before council.
Good to know. Mike?
Your worship, thank you. Just notice I'll be meeting with the new critical incident commander for the OPP, Michael De Pasquale, in the coming weeks. He's reached out to speak to me on Mono. Attended economic development workshop with the county this past week. So that was all the councillors and some mayors and some county reps from the eight individual municipalities. So it was interesting. It was interesting. Some of the information that was provided was stats on how many people actually left Mono to go to work, or left Dufferin to work outside of Dufferin, and how the salaries were higher. The reasons were salaries of other areas drawing them out. So that was interesting, and the lack of the employment type of lands or work in Dufferin, that a lot of minimum wage jobs in Dufferin County, and not a lot of medium to higher paid wages, which would explain why people are leaving. But it was a good, and as John noted, tourism came up, but I think it stuck to residential, and it tried to hinge on residential and employment as being the thing, but tourism did become a part of it, and the county's embarking on a year-long project on this. So maybe that's what John is sort of talking about with the tourism section. I also attended the Ontario Municipal Administrators Association in Collingwood. That'd be 2 weeks ago now. Great information on customer engagement, a large session on customer service, mental health of staff in general, CAOs and all staff. Large discussion on how to determine the results of a survey, and whether the low percentage responses should be the basis of your decisions. And a long talk on 95% of our time being spent on 5% of the residents, right? So it was how do we go through that, and how to work through that process, and see what the silent part of your town is doing, right? So it was a good session. And then I sat through a session with the IESO. They're running the major procurement processes for Ontario Hydro and Hydro One with respect to the deficit that's expected for our hydro consumption in the next 10 years, mainly because of electric vehicles growth. And so it was interesting to see. That's when we talked a lot about the southwestern area of Ontario being our biggest demand and our biggest draw areas where the shortages are going to be realized. So it was very interesting conversations, and that was it.
Okay. Okay, notices of motion? Not today? Okay. In camera, I don't believe we have any in camera. So I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in session 22-2023 held on the 14th of November 2023, that it be signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. I have a mover, Councillor Capes, Councillor Davie seconds. Any opposition to that? And I expect lively debate on this. I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 2:25. Moved by Councillor Davie, seconded by Councillor Capes. And I don't see any debate or opposition. Thank you, everyone.